We have quorum, so if we're ready to begin the special open session to hear public comments before closed session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bonner,
I'm here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
and Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
Mayor Martinez.
Here.
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Okay. Item C1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Washington versus City of Richmond, Gutsalenko versus City of Richmond et al. Item C2, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Item employees organizations include SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. We have one request to address the council under public comment. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council on items on the closed session agenda. Cordell Henler.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, Council, Cordell Henley. I'm a Richmond resident, so I'll get right to the point. The unions have done a lot of good for Richmond. So, when you go back in there, think about all the ways that they have contributed to make Richmond a work and play. So, think about that, and I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you.
Is there anyone online that would like to address the council under open forum? Okay, there are no additional speakers.
All right, in that case, public comment session is closed, and we will now adjourn to closed session. To start the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. So if you can take your seats, we will begin. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ready? Our next item is roll call. Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember Bana is here, but she is absent from roll call. Our next item, statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review. And I do not have any requests.
Yes, I would like to rearrange the study and actions session. I would like to have P5 heard first. I would like P3 and 4 to be combined and heard secondly. I would like P2 to be third and P1 to be last.
That was item P5 is first.
Correct.
Item P3 and P4 combined.
Combined.
And then can you please repeat?
And then P2 is
Okay.
third and P1 is last.
And for the record, Councilmember Bana is present. Okay. Our next item is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. There were 3 items discussed during closed session, 2 litigation matters, Washington and Gutsalinka, as well as labor negotiations, but no final actions were taken. Thank you.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
KCRT, please display the presentation. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council, Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. As a reminder, all of these items can be found in the City Manager's weekly report or by calling the City Manager's office at 510-620-6512. Next slide, please. Next slide. On Monday, January 19th, we celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Volunteers came together for a day of service focused on improving neighborhood spaces. Activities included trimming vegetation, spreading mulch, cleaning up trash and illegal dumping from nearby streets, and completing community painting projects. The day concluded with a concert celebration, local musicians highlighting community talent and reinforcing Dr. King's message of service, unity, and collective pride. The slide you are viewing right now are of the activities that took place at Parkchester Park on MLK Day. Next slide. And here are some additional images of the great activities that took place at Unity Park that included a number of our local community-based organization partners, including Urban Tilth and many others. We'd like to thank all the staff that came out to participate in volunteering and tabling, and for all of the community support to always make MLK Day of Service an event that everyone in our community can be proud of. So thank you, everyone who participated, and all the residents and all the city staff that helped prepare, as well as the community-based organizations. Next slide, please. Applications for the Black Resiliency Projects Community Advisory Committee are now open. The Community Advisory Committee will help guide the development of the State of Black Richmond report and inform the design of the Black Resiliency Fund. For more information, you can scan this QR code on the screen or contact Management Analyst Yana Williamson at 510-620-6574. Next slide. The Richmond Environmental Community Investment Agreement Competitive Grant Program for fiscal year 26-27 is now officially open, and we encourage Richmond residents, community-based, community-serving organizations to apply. To support applicants, the city will host a virtual information session on February 4th at 2:30 p.m., where staff will review both the general grant program and mini grants. In addition, please note that the Richmond Department of Children and Youth Grant Program will open this Friday, January 30th, providing another funding opportunity for organizations serving Richmond youth and families. For additional information or support, applicants may contact Patrick Seals at 510-307-8016. Next slide. I have been sending lots of text messages to members at the dais, and so I thought it would be important to try to aggregate them to show some of the great work that's happening in our community. In particular, I'd like to acknowledge the Public Works Department, both staff here at City Hall and those staff that are in the Operations and Maintenance Division, and all the city departments that work collaboratively in internal services to support our Public Works Department. The city is excited to share construction is underway at 3 new multi-use sports fields designed to expand play opportunities, improve field quality across Richmond. These fields will be striped for multi-purpose sports, including soccer, and designed as 12 and under size fields. At Shields Reed Park, there's synthetic turf. Construction is 30% complete. Projected construction completion is late spring, early summer 2026. And so that is the park that you see at the very top. In the middle is Wendell Park. That's natural turf. Construction is 5% complete. Construction preparation and groundbreaking is scheduled. And then construction completion is expected in spring, early summer 2026. And Borman Park is natural turf. Construction is 20% complete, and the project completion is expected in 2026. There's also, we have a new term of art for Shields, Reed, and BTA. We're calling it the Richmond Community Services HGTV Richmond Edition. And so at those parks where we've been able to redo substantially part of the area, we're doing our best with our Public Works operations and maintenance staff to also pave adjacent to the sites, to paint the buildings, and to upgrade them as much as possible to ensure that when communities return to these spaces, that they look vibrant and ready for young people and all members of our community to enjoy. So just want to thank the City Council for your ongoing support and illustrate that we're making substantial progress in our built environment. Thank you.
Our next item, under commendations, presentations, and proclamations, is a proclamation recognizing the 2025 Richmond Women of the Year. We have 3 speakers in person. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Yeah.
I was trying to wait for the mayor to say speakers first or speakers later. All right.
Okay.
Let's go. I think if we can get the following honorees to join us up here as we read the proclamation. Anna Duran, Cheryl Collier, Lakeisha Mitchell-Keith, Miriam Wong, Naomi Williams, Regina Whitney, Sarah Wally, Tiffany Harris, Trina Jackson Lincoln. Was Miss Trina? All right. Yvette Williams Barr. All right. And more applauses and woos in a minute. So we're going to start off with reading here. City of Richmond Proclamation honoring the City of Richmond's 2025 Woman of the Year. I know we're timely, but whereas Women's History Month serves as a national observance recognizing and uplifting the countless contributions of women whose leadership, courage, and service have strengthened our communities, advanced equity, and shape the cultural, civic, and historical fabric of our nation. And do you want to read on that?
Where did you leave off?
I just read the first one.
Okay. Whereas on October 1st, 2025, Congressman John Garamendi recognized 55 extraordinary women in the California 8th Congressional District as Women of the Year for their leadership, service, and dedication to improving the lives of others and strengthening community well-being. And
Whereas Richmond is honored to acknowledge 10 of these distinguished honorees who represent Richmond organizations and whose work reflects the city's values of resilience, unity, compassion, and community empowerment. And
Whereas the Richmond honorees Anna Duran, Cheryl Collier, Lakeisha Michelle Keith, Miriam Wong, Naomi Williams, Regina Whitney, Sarah Wally, Tiffany Harris, Trina Jackson, Lincoln Yvette Williams Barr have demonstrated outstanding dedication to service and leadership that enriches Richmond and the broader region, and
Hang on, read the next one.
I don't have my glasses.
Wait, that was the next here.
Whereas their combined efforts reflect the highest ideals of civic stewardship and inspire future generations of women leaders throughout Richmond and Contra Costa County. And
whereas these honorees had made significant contributions across nonprofit leadership, civic engagement, cultural preservation, community organizing, youth development, public health advocacy, and social services initiatives, strengthening neighborhoods and improving quality of life, and the last whereas.
Whereas their leadership has provided meaningful opportunities for residents, supported vulnerable populations, and uplifted the social and community fabric that defines Richmond as a strong and inclusive community.
Thank you. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and members of the Richmond City Council hereby honor and commend that the 10 Richmond honorees recognized by Congressman John Garamendi as the 2025 Women of the Year and extend heartfelt appreciation for their exemplary leadership, service, and dedication to the Richmond community. Be it further resolved that the City of Richmond celebrates these extraordinary women for their achievements and contributions and recognizes them as an ongoing source of pride and inspiration for all residents.
I don't know why they put me first. Maybe because I'm sitting down, so the rest of us should get chairs now. I just want to, first, before anything else happens, I want to introduce my family, which is sitting at the second row. Will they still please stand up, please? They have been behind me since day one. Although they don't be at the meetings and all those other things that I do, I love them. And I try to spend as much time as I can with them. So I'm here and they came with me. So thank you guys. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you so much. That's an honor to be. I love Richmond, and I believe that Richmond can change, and it has been changing. For the people who don't have hope for Richmond, I believe in this is the representation of the ladies and also for the gentlemen that we work for a city. And Richmond is my city. And thank you so much for trusting me. Thank you for Richmond Police Department, to my supervisor, Michelle. And that's an honor to serve my community. Thank you.
First, giving honor to God because He is the head of my life. I just want to say that it's an honor and it's a blessing to be of use and to help our community. And it literally, when it came down to Steve's Elementary School, it took the community. And so this is an amazing example of not just what we can do individually, but what we can do when we come together. And so I just hope that we continue to move forward together, recognizing that those who may not seem to have voices, that there are individuals who will speak for them and that will empower them to use their voice because we all deserve to have the best life that we possibly can.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I want a big cheer. Good afternoon. I am superly proud to be here today. I'm looking over at my son. You guys, would you just stand up? Because everybody already know him, but they don't know I'm his mother. I am his mother. I brought him this far, and he's standing tall. So I want to say thank you to all of you. Glad to meet all these wonderful faces. You know, when time comes that people are there with you, it means something. And I'm so happy to know about something. So anyway, I won't hold you long because I had a long day today. But we're going to stand together throughout the rest of our lives, doing the best that we can do for all people. Okay? Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Honored to be here, honored to be with these women and everybody in the room. Thrilled to be a part of Richmond, to contribute, to continue to put forth the efforts that we do for our community, our residents, how we listen and how we come together to celebrate them and uplift the city.
Good evening, everyone. I'm honored to be a recipient of this award. I'm a Richmond native and have worked for the city of Richmond for decades now. So I love being able to give back to my community, the community that held and embraces me. So thank you.
Good evening. I am also honored to be a recipient of this award. I am honored to be honored by the City Council. I am honored to serve the residents of Richmond. I too am a native Richmond resident. I moved here when I was 1 year old, been here many years, many decades. I also work for the City of Richmond. I'm a proud public servant, and I am just honored to stand amongst this group of distinguished women who can say that we have poured out into this city and will continue to serve in the best capacity possible to uplift and to help just further the values of this city, that as people roll into the city of Richmond, all they will see is pride and purpose, and that we will just know that there is nothing but love here in the city of Richmond. We have a community that bands together no matter what. We weather every storm, and we will continue to do this as time goes on. So thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Harris, and again, sincere thanks for doing this. I was just on a Bible study group before this, and one of the questions when God puts us in places and we just feel like we're undeserving, and Lord, why are you having me here? Because I'm amongst some really, really great women in Richmond, and I'm just like, what is my purpose? And so it just shows me so I run the Bay Area Girls Club. Last week, I was honored to see one of my girls receive the Contra Costa Humanitarian Award. So just things like that. Seeing my fellow Richmond natives here. I'm born and raised here. I have my Rotary folks, Richmond Rotary folks, raise your hand. Hi, Jan. My Kiwanis folks, Richmond, your son is in Kiwanis with me. And then, of course, my sisters in Solidarity are here. And then my best friend from my sister, she's my sister for over 35 years, came and to see me being honored. And so it's just so wonderful. And I just thank you all. Love you, City Council, and thank you, City of Richmond.
Thank you. So thank you all for honoring us. Your work does not go unseen. You guys uplift our community. You guys help create and make it even better. There was a little bit of challenge putting this proclamation together because the person that usually helps us, she was receiving one. So we had to get somebody else to help us out. So thank you so much. And I also want to acknowledge two other individuals that might not live within the city of Richmond, but they're close enough, but we want to also acknowledge them. Marie Coriani and Tanya Jacobs of the unincorporated side of Richmond and El Sobrante. But they also got acknowledged by the congressman, so we want to acknowledge them as well for a job great done. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
And I just want to say thanks to all of you. It feels great to be in the presence of so many extraordinary women. And Trina, I can't thank you enough for supporting the council the way that you do. And Naomi, you were the first one to give me my marching papers. You know, so I remember coming to the city of Richmond and running for council, and she was the first one that says, "Hey, come here. I got some information that you need." And so since then, we have done a selfie every time we get together. So I have to do that now.
Did we do group photos? All right, everybody will squeeze in, and then somebody will take a photo. All right, I just want to check our photos.
We have three speakers. We have three speakers for this item.
We have three speakers. Can we tame the noise down so we can hear the speakers?
Cordell Hindler, Antoine Claude, and Harpreet Sandhu.
Okay. Me.
What's what?
I will. I was waiting for the. Okay. Dang. So So good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council.
Audience, can you please quieten it down so we can hear the speakers? Please take your conversations outside of the council chambers so we can hear the speakers.
Okay. Okay. So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, Cordell Hendler, I'm a proud Richmond resident. So I do want to thank Councilmember Cepeda for this proclamation. So what could I say about these extraordinary women? They have done a lot for Richmond. So congratulations, Yvette, Trina, Naomi, Anna, and Sarah. And what could I say about my dear friend Naomi Williams? This woman has done a lot for Richmond. As you pointed out, Mayor Martinez, she was the first one to say, give me it, give me it, give me it. And I'm like, this woman is extraordinary. She was the vice chair of the Commission on Aging, president of her neighborhood council, and I consider her my dear friend. Naomi, you have done a lot for Richmond, so you better keep on keeping on. So with that, Antoine, it's all yours.
Antoine Clord.
Antoine Court, Richmond resident. I always share that I'm a product of strong women. And 20 years ago when I came to this council, it was my mother, Naomi, that set me down and told me how to act, because I was rough. Y'all don't know, I was rough when I came up in here. I was kind of hard on y'all. And but she taught me some things, but not just teaching me things, but teaching me how to be a leader, teaching me how to be present in our community where sometimes people are not present, right? You don't, y'all give proclamations on paper, but the paper don't mean nothing. But it's what they do for me at heart for the people that mean, the people that show up and the sacrifices that we make from our family. So I thank y'all family for sharing y'all mother with me. Sis, no, y'all shared y'all mother with me. You know what I mean? And so, Sister Trina, boy, when y'all even got here, Sister Trina holding it down. Boy, you just couldn't walk up in that office thinking you was going to get a meeting with anybody. So Trina put you in check, boy, you're at the door. Hey! Did you send an email? Mother, sister here, she went to the council. There's a lot of these women that I know, that I work with, but you got to understand that we know that what our community suffers from and lack of, and we try to fill those gaps with our heart. It's not the titles that we carry, it's the heart for our community. I'm a Richmond resident. I ain't from the south side. I ain't from the north side. I ain't from Central. I'm from Richmond. I touch every part of this town. So, so, Miss Naomi with Juneteenth is her stuff. That's where she really pours out to the community to try to educate our community about our history in Richmond as black communities. And I just thank her for being a pillar. I'm telling y'all, a pillar of this community for so long. Thank you for letting me share.
Harpreet Sandhu.
Harpreet Sandhu, City Richmond. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and honored guests, and most important, our honorees. I bring warm greetings on behalf of Congressman John Garamendi, who regrets that he could not be here in person, but asked me to convey his deepest congratulations and appreciation. Tonight, the City of Richmond honors 10 extraordinary women as the 2025 Women of the Year. What makes this moment especially meaningful is that these very same women were also recognized by Congressman Garamendi as the Congressional Women of the Year for the California 8th Congressional District. And that recognition will be kept in the Library of Congress for perpetuity. That shared recognition speaks volume, not only about the individual's achievement, but about the profound impact that they have made across our community, our district, and beyond. And one of our previous Women of the Year, of course, was Betty Reed Soskin just 2 years ago. These women represent the very best of Richmond, leadership rooted in strength, grounded in compassion, a vision guided by commitment to justice, equality, and opportunity, whether in education, public service, healthcare, business, advocacy, or community organization. Each one of you have helped lift others, quite often, without expectation and or recognition. Congressman Garamendi firmly believes that when women lead, communities thrive. Your work strengthens families, empowers neighborhoods, and inspires the next generation of women and men to believe that their voices matter and that dreams are within reach. So on behalf of Congressman Garamendi, thank you for your dedication, your your unwavering commitment and making Richmond a stronger, more inclusive city. Congratulations on a well-deserved honor, and thank you and continue the good work. As we say, women with pride and purpose. Thank you.
That was our last speaker. Our next item is open forum. An open forum is an opportunity to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. During open forum, dialogue between the council and the speaker is prohibited. Tonight, we have 5 in-person speakers. Anyone joining us online that wishes to address the council, please raise your hand at this time. We'll start with the in-person speakers and then move to the online speakers. When your name is called, please come forward and line up behind the speaker podium. When you are called to address the council, state your name and your city of residence is optional. Please terminate your address to the council when your time expires. Each speaker shall be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council. City of Richmond welcomes your comments and requests that you present your remarks in a respectful and appropriate manner within the established 2-minute time limit. Our speakers are Don Gosney, Cordell Hendler, Antoine Claude, Mark Wasberg, and our last in-person speaker will be Faiza Ayad. Don Gosney.
Good evening. This is one of those times when we have to remove our rose-colored glasses and admit to ourselves that we live in the real world. For many years, we've seen members of our city council and even the council as a whole take action that have divided the community and prompted numerous negative articles and segments in newspapers and news sites around the world. Right now, we see reprehensible actions by our president and his boot-looking ditto heads that make the United States look bad all over the world. And even though this is the result of actions by a very small number of megalomaniacal, mentally dysfunctional crackpots, the rest of us are saddled with the blame for allowing these actions to take place. Same goes for the people who live in Richmond when our elected and community leaders go off the reservation. A great many people around the world have taken notice of actions by our Richmond leaders and look at us with disgust, revulsion, and even fear. Because we live in the real world, we know that it doesn't matter what the truth is, what reality is what the people believes to be the truth and reality. In the world we live in, perception becomes reality. Read your history books about the Nazi Party's actions when they first took power and made wild accusations against the Jews. They told a lie often enough that in the minds of the people, it was the truth. Perception became reality. Is this the case we're seeing here in Richmond? Last week, this council voted to implement programs and actions to try to convince everyone that they are not anti-Semitic. The problem is that after their statements and actions these past couple of years, why would anyone believe a word they say? Why would anyone believe that they are sincere, and they try to tell us that we should ignore everything they've said and done these past couple of years and believe the PR they're trying to sell us now? It reminds me so much of that birth mother of mine that routinely beat me, telling me how sorry she was and she'll never do it again, until she got close to her boards and sticks she used to beat me with, and with that, the same old story repeating itself. Please don't waste your time insulting us into thinking that your anti-Semitism revisionism is sincere. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, maybe it's a duck.
Cordell Hendler.
How do I top that? So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council, Cordell Hendler, and I am a very upset resident. So I was watching the video last Tuesday and I was appalled because I was looking at it and I'm thinking like, people do feel the support for Mayor Martinez because you have done a lot of good things for Richmond. So I do want to put that on record. So that's one. Then the second thing is like, I had to go back to the video of June 2024. And if you remember when Raf Tellis presented to us about the workforce analysis, one of the things that kind of stood out is that we need more police because they keep our streets safe. In order to do that, we have to figure out how are we going to pay our officers because they work a lot of overtime. So we need to figure out how we can like strategically plan on how we're going to keep our officers, because if you look at other cities around us, they pay their officers a $10,000 bonus just to become an officer. We need to do better than that. So that's two. And then the final thing is for a future agenda is I had spoken with the principal at Salesian College Preparatory, and it would be great if they would be acknowledged, because if you remember when I had submitted an article from the Richmond Standard, these young people have done a service day in the spring. And so I am requesting that this needs to be agendized in late February. That's it.
Antoine Claude.
Antoine Claude, Richmond resident. You know, I've been sitting down for about 2 months, putting everything together in the city and where we was and where we at and where we trying to go. And when you look at our fire department and our police department, we are 10 years behind in quality equipment, quality. I ain't just talking about the machines. I'm talking about quality people, training, resources. Our fire department is the lowest to me. When you look at San Pablo's fire department, El Cerrito's fire department, and then you look at our training center, it looks like a garbage can. But everybody uses that training center. Everybody from Con Air and all them other regions use that training center. But if you go up in there, you'd be ready to run up out of there. If you really look at how old it is, how behind times it is. And San Pablo have a state-of-the-art corner fire department there. Why don't we have a state-of-the-art, not behind the scenes, but in front of the scenes, fire department training center? Have y'all been to that training center lately? This for real, for real, for real. I don't think you have. On the south side. Oh, excuse me, mother. But I'm saying this to say, if we're going to represent our community, let us represent our community with quality so we know what the future looks like. And you can't count on somebody else to fix us. We have to better our own selves by knowing what it's going to take for us to have a better future and a safe community and a safe environment. Thank you for letting me share.
Mark Wasserberg.
You got 2 people are dead. 1 people lost his finger. She lost her finger. 1 person lost his eye. You got several people that's going to be in federal prison for the next 4 or 5 years, losing everything they have. Now you have Tom Holman going to Minnesota to give the governor an offer he can't refuse. And he's talking all nice to President Trump because Trump told him, look, if you keep on doing what you're doing, we're going to end it once and for all. And I don't see how you people could be so stupid to go out there and support a bunch of criminals who don't even care about nobody else. Now you got the city council, you got the Richmond PD, the police chief stood there and said, we sponsor sanctuary cities. We aiding and abetting criminals from the law. I mean, you really people that stupid? You think you're going to fight the federal government? It's not going to happen. Starting February 1st, Trump's cutting off the money to all sanctuary cities. And you people are going to be hurting. Don't blame Trump. You blame yourselves. You think it's funny? Trump's going to lower down the hammer. I said Minnesota's going to try to do the same thing that George Wallace did when he called out the National Guard to stop the black people from going to school. So Eisenhower federalized the National Guard. Then he sent the 101st Airborne in and took care of it. And he's going to do the exact same thing to Minnesota. Now they're moving over to Maine. I mean, you people, you're just being stupid. You think you're going to stop the feds from enforcing constitutional law? And this clown's over here, he thinks it's all a joke. Wait till ICE really comes down here to Richmond. He ain't going to be laughing.
Faiza Ayad.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Faiza. I live in El Cerrito. I just want to thank you, Mr. Martinez, for all your support and all your effort and standing up and say the right, stand up and be strong against all the odds around you. And I know for some people, they don't like to see the flag of Palestine standing up in Richmond. Maybe they want to see something else. God knows. But thank you for doing that. And also, I want to thank you, all of you, for doing a good job in Richmond. I know a lot of people, they don't like, you can't fix everything, and people need to unite it together and work together. This division, and I say it before, is gonna get worse. And if we don't pay attention to what's going on in the world, it's gonna get worse. We need to work together, and I say it before, you guys, we need to work together. And that's the only solution. Division is a disaster. And if you look around you in the Middle East, all over the world, that's what they did. And that's what they want. And you need to look at yourself. You need to look at your history. And we need to learn from our history. People, they don't read, and they don't know what's going on. They think it's okay to do all these things, all these divisions.
Time has expired.
Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker.
I'm actually going to speak.
Pardon me?
I'm speaking.
Okay.
Somewhere here. Well, doesn't matter. I'll do it from.
It's open forum. Open forum.
Well, I'm going to get down to the business part of it first. We have had a snowball scholarship fund for many, many years. It started in 1952, and it continues thanks to the Hurlbutts who keep it going. This year, they need more funds to make sure that it continues. I have donated $1,000 to this fund, and I'm asking everyone who can afford to do the same. So if you can't, then do what you can. There should be a copy of the poster, which is showing it has a place you can send a check to. It has a website address, and it has a QRL code that you can use to send money by phone. So we do have many, many heroes in our city. Many of them work quietly, without fanfare, lifting up our communities year after year. Marion Hurlbut is one of these heroes who has carried on the Snowball Scholarship Fund year after year. Since its inception in 1952, the City of Richmond Community Services Department has sponsored an annual Snowball event to bring together high school students from the West Contra Costa Unified School District to celebrate a formal prom. Since 2020, the ball portion has not been able to continue. However, they still do the scholarship. So I hope that we can make sure that this continues. It's a very, very important feature that the Hurlbutts give to the city of Richmond. So let's make sure that we give from our hearts to the best of our abilities. I hope that you can match me. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 2 speakers.
And those speakers are Janice Haugen and Benjamin Terrio. Janice, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Janice?
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Janice Haugen, a Richmond resident. I'm a member of local and state groups working to stop the use of illegal fireworks. I have a couple of ideas for moving away from the illegal fireworks culture here. The city app has a background photo of fireworks. It's seen every time a resident opens it, and it's been there for a while. The annual legal fireworks show, which many residents love and the city staff works hard to organize, and I appreciate that. It only lasts for 20 minutes out of the entire year. So why not change the photo to a different one that represents Richmond year-round? There could be a Richmond Pride photo contest, which would be fun and get local photographers involved. Another idea is for the council to make a proclamation that the city has zero tolerance for illegal fireworks. I'd be happy to help with either of these projects. Thank you so much for listening. Good night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ben Terrio. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Good evening. Good evening, City Council. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. I'm speaking tonight to address the issue again about the leave status of the administrative leave status of officers Remick and Stocking. I've spoken to some of you privately on this issue, but I am asking now to formally take some type of action. The POA is going to send a demand letter in the coming days, and then you're going to see us do more things outright in person and on Zoom. But the city manager's continual insistence that we wait for the district attorney or the California Department of Justice before returning officers Remick and Stocking to duty is not only unjustified, but it's an outlier practice that no other city in Contra Costa County or the state of California follows. There is no statute, regulation, post requirement, or case law that conditions an employer's personnel decisions on the completion of a DA or DOJ review, which often take over a year. None. This is a policy invented in Richmond to avoid accountability. Across California, officers routinely return to duty with modified or administrative assignments while external reviews proceed. Cities do not do this because they understand the law. Prosecutors decide criminal liability, not employment status. The city manager's approach improperly conflates prosecutorial discretion with employer authority and treats outside agencies as de facto supervisors, something the law does not permit, and the DA and DOJ have no employment jurisdiction, no disciplinary authority, and no role in determining whether an officer can work. Being a practice that no peer agency uses, the city is exposing itself to significant legal liability. Indefinite removal from duty without cause, timelines, or objective standards violates the fundamental principles of due process, something that unions care a lot about, and just fair employment in California law. Return them to work immediately.
Thank you. Your time has expired. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, our next item is approval of the consent calendar.
Do I have a motion to move?
I move the item.
I second it.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bana? Yes. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our next item is item P5 under study and action session. Hold on one second.
Mayor and members of the council, while staff is coming forward, I want to just in particular thank Chief Osario and members of his leadership team, as well as Director Combs, our Director of Finance, and associated personnel and finance that assisted with the preparation of this report. The information, you have a PowerPoint there at the dais for you to refer to in a hard copy. And a great deal of time and preparation was put into preparing this report, and I hope that you all find it useful.
Let me read the item into the record. It's to receive an update on the advanced life support first responder services, fire station upgrades and replacements, and associated 5-year financial forecast, and direct the city manager to develop revenue enhancement and financing recommendations for the city council consideration. We have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the council. For the record, Aaron Osorio, Fire Chief, the Richmond Fire Department. Tonight I'm joined by Emily Combs, the Director of Finance, Mubin Cotter. Sorry, Mubin, I don't know your total title. The right hand of the Director of Finance, and my Deputy Fire Chief, Rico Rincon. So all of us contributed to this presentation tonight in different forms. This really was a team effort to come together because there's so many facets to this program. As I shared the first time we reviewed this, it's a very complex program, and it touches so many different aspects of the city and so many different departments. Tonight, what we'll be reviewing is providing a 6-month update to the original plan that was approved as requested by the council. We will also be discussing fire station upgrades and replacements that are linked to the ALS program, and reviewing a 5-year financial forecast related to the program and other city needs that are impacting this program. At the end of this presentation, the recommended action is going to be to direct City Manager Curl to develop a revenue enhancement and financing recommendations for the City Council to consider at a later meeting. A brief overview of what we're going to cover. I will go over what the action the council has already taken at the previous meeting. We will review what this deployment model was that was recommended at that meeting. I'll give you a summary of the accomplishments we've achieved already, and then we will go over some of the financial estimates and 5-year financial forecasting, including station improvements, station replacements, apparatus purchases, and costs directly related to the ALS program, which includes staffing. We also will review the recruitment timeline and what our next steps we're going to be taking in the next 6 months, hopefully, and then answer questions. We do want to remind the council that this program, there are some synergistic policies that align with this program and with the wishes and direction of the council. First would be the health and all policies. In 2014, the council adopted health and all policies. The goal was to reduce the health disparities and improve health outcomes for our community. Most of these, the policy relates to living, working, playing, and educational environments within the city, but there is Intervention Area 6, which directly relates to the quality and accessible health and home services. And so this program does align well with that goal and policy that was adopted by the council, especially since in West County, we only have access to one emergency room in the county. This is Kaiser Richmond. Kaiser Richmond is the only authorized receiving facility for an ambulance in West Contra Costa County. Clinics are not allowed to receive 911 ambulance transports. So that leaves us with one option in West County. And if that is full or unavailable, that pushes everybody into Alameda County or into Central County to go to John Muir or Kaiser Walnut Creek. So it's an important aspect to the health of our community. Secondarily, aligns with the goals and priorities that the council adopted in fall of 2023. That the council adopted the strategic goals and priorities, and these were supposed to be measurable, citywide goals with measurable outcomes. Specifically, strategic goal number area 4 refers to improving public safety. 4.3 refers to the adding and improving emergency response and preparedness. So this program aligns with that. And goal area 5.1, ensuring that there's the right staffing level and experience to meet the service goals of each department. So I just wanted to make sure that we keep that in the forefront, that this program is in alignment with the direction and the wishes of the City Council. As a reminder, on May 27th, we presented the ALS proposal or implementation program. We reviewed the feasibility study that was produced by the Matrix Consulting Group. At that meeting, the council received a report and directed staff to pursue next steps for implementing the recommended service model. At that same meeting, you requested a 6-month update as far as what we had accomplished. It was slightly beyond 6 months. The goal was to do this before the closure, but we didn't get to that goal, so we're coming now. As a review of the deployment model, I presented 3 different models, and the recommended model was we called the hybrid model. And it was a model where we would initially, in 3 years' time, deploy 3 single-role paramedic squads with the goal of rolling them out or going live during the fiscal year 27-28. And then over the following 2 years, through hiring and onboarding of existing firefighters at a paramedic school, we would implement or phase in ALS engine companies and truck companies so that by the fiscal year of 29-30, we would have all 8 fire companies that we currently have in the city would become an ALS provider for the city. We recommended, and the consultant recommended this model for a few reasons. One of them would be that it is a more realistic expectation of implementing such a technical and a complex program. And so if we divided it into 2 more attainable goals, it was just more realistic for our staffing and what the capacity we had. It also would allow us to better manage recruitment and onboarding challenges. There is a very difficult time right now in recruiting paramedics and paramedic firefighters. There is an onboarding period, and to stagger this allows us to spread that over a few years where it becomes much more manageable for both the fire department, for the training aspects, and for HR to handle the onboarding and to get through the accreditation and process we have to do at the paramedic level. It also allows us to shorten the implementation period for our first step, which will allow us to provide paramedic service sooner to the community. Allow us to do it in 3 years, ideally, versus having to wait 5 years to try to get every company in the city to a paramedic level. Some of the things that we've been able to accomplish in the last 6 months, I'll break them down here and give just a brief summary of what they are in a chronological order, starting from right after the council gave direction. So on June 14th of 25, we presented this model and the program presentation to the Contra Costa County Executive Fire Chiefs Association. They are in full support of us moving forward in this direction. It will streamline and allow us all to provide the same services across the county. This is very important to the executive chiefs because we have a very robust auto aid agreement within our county. We are regularly in other jurisdictions providing service, and they are regularly in our jurisdiction assisting us with service. And they are staffed with paramedics. This will make sure that we are providing equal services no matter what side of the border or city limits we are in. They offered us assistance with accreditation and training. Some of these organizations provide ambulance transport service, which will allow them to be able to assist us in accrediting our paramedics once they have finished the schooling and have to go through a county accreditation where they have to complete so many hours in contacts with patients. They also, the ComFire requested us to consider moving over to dispatch centers just to streamline the ALS services. This is a whole nother topic that we'll have to come back to council about. There's a lot of different considerations, but the benefit related to the ALS program is now, if we were to go there, all paramedic and ALS services, ambulance dispatch and fire dispatch would fall under one center, which could decrease the ambulance response times into the city. So it's something we need to look into more deeply. There was no commitment made. It was just a request to consider it by Chief Burchard. In June, we also held discussions with AMR and ConFire. what's called the Alliance. They are the ambulance provider for the county, Contra Costa County, for every area in the county other than San Ramon and Moraga Orinda. They are in full support of the program also. They also offered us assistance with accreditation and training, and more importantly, part of their contractual agreement as the ambulance provider for the county, when they were awarded that bid, they have to have a pass-through purchasing program for fire agencies in the county to purchase medical equipment for paramedic service at a reduced rate or at their rate, since they purchased in such large amounts because they are part of a nationwide company, GMR. And so we have the ability to purchase some of this equipment we need for our program through them. So they wanted to make sure I was aware of that process, and when we were ready to go down the road of purchasing, that we will have more discussions with them. On July 7th of 2025, we held our initial discussion meeting and presentation to the Contra Costa County Health EMS Agency. This meeting consisted of the medical director for the county EMS agency, Marshall Bennett, and members of his staff, along with members of my command staff. We made the full presentation that we made to the council to them. They are in support of us going ALS. They've always wanted us to go ALS. It will make it easier to deploy resources and manage resources throughout the county and make policy that is countywide versus special policy they have to currently make in the city of Richmond because we have a different service level. We reviewed California Code of Regulations Title 22, which outlines all the main parts of a ALS program that any paramedic provider has to have in the state of California. And that's basically going to be the benchmarks we have to hit and be audited against when we say we are ready. We notify the EMS agency, and they will validate that we meet all the state requirements. Throughout this period, we have completed initial drafts of classification specifications for the personnel, particularly for the positions of EMS Division Chief, EMS Clinical Care Manager, Single Role Paramedic, and Firefighter Paramedic. These classification specifications or job descriptions, basically, like I said, these are initial drafts. They are being reviewed by Human Resources currently. We anticipate there's going to be multiple versions of this and edits before they're ready to be shared. But those, at least those are done. On October 9th of 2025, I presented the program to the medical director for the Contra Costa County Fire Agencies, Dr. Malcolm Johnson. Dr. Johnson provides clinical and EMS support and advice for all fire agencies in Contra Costa County. We were able to discuss some recruitment recommendations for a clinical care manager and discuss different aspects, recommendations he had for developing the program. It's very important. Dr. Johnson, he attended it tonight just to be in support of this program because he believes strongly in us having paramedic service here in Richmond. Lastly, we held a scoping meeting with a potential consultant firm because this is such a big lift and pretty complex, and I'm down a chief officer right now. We felt that we might want to see whether or not this is something we need to have the assistance of a consultant firm with. Right now, we're just in the stage of seeing if they actually can meet the scope of what we need. No decision has been made about that. But we are simultaneously also meeting with other organizations who have recently implemented paramedic programs and may be able to get some of the same insights and assistance from those organizations. Most recently, we spoke with the City of Lodi Fire Department, who implemented a paramedic program a year ago and shared a lot of what they did and their documentation with us. I'm going to turn it over. The next slide is going to be presented by Emily.
Thank you. So this slide summarizes the projected cost for implementing the ALS program over the next 5 years. So these figures include staffing costs, which you can see there in red, for new positions, and equipment costs such as vehicles, supplies, and training, which are in black. So these are the operational costs. So that these do not include facility upgrade and replacement costs, as the chief will go over those in a couple of slides. The 5-year total for the ALS program implementation is approximately $20.46 million. Personnel being the largest component, totaling about $14.34 million over 5 years. So this includes salary and benefits for 19 single role paramedics starting in 27-28, an EMS division chief and clinical care manager in 26-27, and an associate administrative analyst in 26-27. And I do want to say that these are estimates based on current assumptions and may be refined as we finalize job specifications, negotiate agreements, and confirm equipment pricing.
Well, besides just the program, there's obviously infrastructure and support we need for the program. It's not just simply hiring paramedics and hiring and purchasing medical equipment. One of the most we've broken down the facility upgrades into two different facility needs into two different categories. This slide is discussing the upgrades we would need to implement a squad program. These locations are based on the locations that the consultant recommended. They're based on a number of factors. Just to remind you, one is call volume, one is a geographical location in the city, trying to spread these services initially out so they can access all parts of the city, and also based on population density. So the first site is Fire Station 62. This is our North Richmond station at the corner of 7th and Hensley, 1065 7th Street. This station would need some improvements made to the dorm to be able to handle additional personnel sleeping and living in the quarters. We'd have to have upgrades for vehicle storage at that facility, and also have more storage installed in some fashion at the station to handle enhanced amount of medical equipment and medical supplies. There was a high and low. This was done a walkthrough with a consultant. This is just a rough order of magnitude, what they estimated it would cost to do these upgrades. We're looking somewhere between $330,000 and $440,000 for that station. Second station was the Hilltop Station at 2904 Hilltop, corner of Robert H. Miller and Hilltop Drive. That one also needed the dorm to be remodeled so that it can handle 2 more personnel in the sleeping quarters. That one needed a little bit more substantial vehicle storage upgrades so that we can store another apparatus there because we're at capacity at that firehouse. And that estimate was somewhere between $440,000 and $550,000. The training center site was actually not the original location the consultant picked. They picked Fire Station 64 in Crescent Park. Problem is that Fire Station 64 is at capacity. It houses 2 crews and a chief officer, a hazmat truck, a rescue, and spare apparatus. We are bursting at the seams at Station 64, and there's no way to fit another apparatus. When we went and looked at other possible locations that are in close proximity, the training tower site is in the actual response zone of Station 64, so we were keeping it basically in the same geographical area the consultant recommended, but we would have to look at putting in a temporary fire station there, which is not uncommon for departments to do. When you're building a new fire station, you may have to relocate to a temporary one. It's usually a modular style fire station, but there comes with there's associated costs with that because of utilities, communications, all the things that make a firehouse function have to be present, even though it's temporary. And the estimate for that is somewhere between 1.9 and 2.4 for a temporary firehouse. So that's the breakdown of the upgrades needed to put the squads in service. The other facet of this is the long-term, 5 years out, we have some stations that are in dire need of replacement and have implications into the paramedic program because they are also at a capacity and have to have upgrades to be able to house equipment and apparatus and potentially an additional firefighter. All of these 3 stations were also included on the CIP, 5-year CIP. It's not going to be the first time you've probably seen these because we did presentations at that time about them. But Fire Station 63 is the one on Valley View. That one has significant foundation issues, repairs that are needed. These are rough order of magnitude numbers that were done by a consultant after a walkthrough and assessment of the properties. We have Fire Station 66, 41st and Clinton, oldest fire station in the city, early 1940s, has been a fire station ever since, does not appropriately serve the needs of the department so that we can provide services the way we should, does not reflect modern-day workforce and how it's built. So replacement for that, we're estimated at $30 million. And then Fire Station 67 is the one on 1131 Cutting. That's also a full replacement. That was a temporary firehouse built in approximately 1947. It was meant to be shut down after the shipyard and the war was over, but nobody left, and it stayed open as a firehouse. And so we continue to work out of the temporary firehouse that's located there on Cutting. And so that station also, we've gotten to the point with both 66 and 67 that the cost to keep them functioning, I think, is out of balance with what it would take long-term to replace them. So that totals that all the facility replacement needs or major projects would total 98 million or 98.4 million. This map is just to help you understand the locations of the fire stations. I know not everybody knows what the station numbers are. The bolded circles are the proposed locations for the first paramedic squads. So 68, 62, and the training center on Cutting. We've also inlaid the districts, the council districts in here. We're trying to show you that even though it's phase one, we are trying to do our best to provide services across all corners of the city until we can get all the companies up into a paramedic level of service. And then every red circle you see on this map will become paramedic. Next slide. This map just kind of shows geographically. They are pretty well balanced as far as distance from each other. There is density, issues, differences between all the sites, but for the most part, they're pretty equally distributed across the city in order to try to equitably cover the city initially until we can get all our ALS companies up and running. One of the biggest changes was the apparatus costing estimates from when the consultant did it. As I shared with you before, the cost of fire apparatus has increased tremendously over the last 5 years. And so what was initially an $800,000 estimate on apparatus for squads has risen to anywhere from a 1.5 to 1.8 for those same exact squads. Originally, we were looking at about $200,000 per vehicle, and it's gone up to about $450,000 per vehicle. The original consultant didn't include a staff or command vehicle for the division chief position, which is needed for that role to be able to respond around the city. There will be a chief officer that will be responding to incidents just like any other member of my command staff has to have the ability to do. And then the EMS equipment storage, there isn't a figure there because we're not really sure what that upgrade looks like. But just to summarize what that means is every fire station or fire engine we currently have in the fleet and every fire apparatus actually we currently have in the fleet that has the potential to need EMS equipment related to the paramedic program must have a certain level of storage, a certain level of security, and a lockbox for controlled substances. There has to be a securing of medications, and there has to be a proper device on each apparatus to dispose of wasted controlled substances so they're not diverted inappropriately in any fashion. These are all regulated and are all mandated by the California Code of Regulations for paramedic providers. And so we're not sure exactly what this will cost because there are multiple components that would meet that requirement. We have to see what fits best in our apparatus, but that's kind of an open-ended item right now where we weren't able to furnish an estimate on what that would cost. But there will be an assumption of a few $1,000s per apparatus in the fleet, and that's 15 apparatus potentially that have to have upgrades to be able to hold all the equipment and the controlled substances and the medications that we have to carry.
So this scenario, excuse me. This scenario reflects our updated general fund forecast, assuming no interest earnings from the settlement funds or limited term revenue, which we'll see on the next slide or the next scenario. It incorporates the costs of our negotiated MOUs, as well as estimated costs for MOUs that are currently under negotiation. So under this baseline scenario, the general fund absorbs the full impact of rising personnel and operational costs, including ALS implementation. So this scenario demonstrates our structural challenge. Without additional revenue streams, the city faces increased pressure on the general fund. This is a conservative outlook and highlights the importance of identifying sustainable funding strategies. It's also important to note that these forecasts, both this scenario and the one I'm going to present on the following slide, do include on that lower third of the table estimated costs related to our CIP shortfall, our unfunded CIP needs, the MLK Community Center and Park, which we do expect to need a bond measure for, and fire station upgrades for ALS implementation that we were just talking about earlier. However, they do not include any assumptions related to Point Melati or Coimbre Pavilion, as those costs remain uncertain at this time. So I just want to draw attention to the net deficit that you see in that in 2930, because this will change on the following slide. It's about negative 55 million. Moving on to scenario 2, this does assume interest earnings on the settlement funds at approximately 4%. So you can see up there on the revenues, there's a second line there, and that's where you can see those interest earnings. And you can see that it provides a significant offset to our rising costs. These earnings will help fund incremental costs associated with ALS implementation, as well as some of our other obligations. So while this scenario improves our position compared to scenario 1, it still requires careful planning to manage long-term financial sustainability. So interest earnings, as we all know, are not guaranteed, and they're largely dependent on market conditions. So this scenario could be viewed as optimistic, but plausible. So this comparison with scenario 1 illustrates how leveraging those interest earnings on the settlement funds strategically can help bridge the gap as we implement ALS and meet our other financial commitments.
I just wanted to review the recruitment timeline for the personnel that we need. And this is actually in the order that we anticipate onboarding and recruiting. So the one EMS division chief, that's the job specification we're trying to get done the soonest. We would like to open recruitment for that position late in this fiscal year, with the hopes of onboarding that person in the 26-27 fiscal year. Whoever fills that role, the goal is to have the clinical care manager job spec finalized and approved, so that that person can assist in the recruitment and the hiring of the clinical care manager, because they will be working closely together. The clinical care manager is the person that will be administering all the training and administering our continuous quality improvement program, reviewing medical care, reviewing the adherence to field treatment guidelines and county health policies. The associate administrative analyst, that one position that needs to support the division, we're looking to recruit that late in the 26-27 fiscal year. And then the 19 single role paramedics would be in fiscal year 27-28. And just so that you understand the number, the total, the 19 comes from, if we had 2 paramedic squads per shift, we have 3 shifts. That's 18 personnel total. And then we only accounted for one, what we would call a floater. If somebody's on leave, somebody's injured, someone's sick, we need to have some cushion there, and one is not going to be enough probably, but we feel that along with some other creative program aspects that we want to look into, we'll be able to cover all our staffing needs. There's some of the key items left that Human Resources will need to assist us with. There is the personnel board process. Also, I just want to point out that these are in no specific order. So they're just a list of items, and some are going to come before others, most likely. But we have to still go to the personnel board for the new job classifications. There needs to be a review of the duties and the working conditions of each of these positions, update all the job specifications. We have to determine pay and benefits for these new positions. There's a meet and confer aspect with all the impacted bargaining units. You have to go through a unit determination for each of the new positions, which is the single role paramedics, the division chief, and the clinical care manager. Excuse me. And then there's going to be, some meetings that have to happen with Human Resources and LCW, Lieber Cassidy Whitmore, on MOU updates after meeting and conferring with the unions. This is actually the same exact timeline I shared with you in the first presentation. I just wanted to remind you of kind of the timeline we were looking at and trying to keep. So far, we are still on this timeline. I think it ebbs and flows. We make a lot of progress, and then we kind of stall out a little bit just because we're waiting for some things here and there. But for the most part, we are still on track on this timeline. The next steps that need to happen will be the meet and confer with the impacted bargaining units. We are going to come to a determination whether or not we do want to seek assistance from a consultant. We'll finalize the job classifications and unit designations and seek approval by the personnel board for those positions. We will need to look at placing an order for our apparatus, our squads, soon because of extended delivery times. It will most likely take a minimum of 1 year to take delivery of these vehicles, to have them built, from the time we actually sign and agree to get into contract. And then we will begin the recruitment and onboarding of the division chief, and then the recruiting and onboarding of the clinical care manager. Just as a reminder, what we're looking for tonight as far as recommended action is that direct the city manager to develop revenue enhancement and financing recommendations for the city council to consider at a later meeting. That concludes my presentation. I'm more than happy to answer some questions.
Thank you. Do we have speakers?
We have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, raise your hand at this time. Our speaker is Antoine Clord. Antoine Clord. Press the button. Press the button, please.
This one?
Okay.
Can y'all hear me? Y'all know I never met a mic I didn't like. But as I was sharing with you, I didn't even know the chief was even presenting this. And so when I saw it, I had to give you some further synopsis of that fire station. And the reason why it plays such an integral part, if you ever sit down and just watch the training that goes on in that facility, the strategic and ethical practices that they repetitiously do, that you don't know how our brain works when firefighters go out to a scene and a wall fence fall down, how they frame a wall up real quick, right, before that building won't fall down. You know what I mean? So it's certain training that these firefighters got to continuously do. We had a youth academy that's here. Our future looks bright, but our buildings ain't right. Oh, I sound good, didn't I? Our future is bright, but our buildings ain't right. And I say that because if you're going to move forward, you got to have quality equipment. The age of AI is real, and everything can't get trained as a firefighter on AI because it's physical work. It's very physical work. Go out there and try to carry one of them fire hoses the way they do it. Just try it. Then you give them their money. That's just really how simple it is. Because if you want them, you know, and another thing that the chief say, that the training that they need to be more elevated to really saving lives in our fire department, because we don't have a hospital, ladies and gentlemen. If something really goes down with you, city council members, I don't care where you live at, you ain't gonna make it to no damn hospital. Because cars that only have 9 beds for emergency. If you don't get a helicopter to land in front of your house, you can kiss the baby. And that's the statistic. Just look at the statistics. How many people died from here to getting past 80, Martinez, depends on how the freeway is. You may not never even make it. So let's be realistic. We need to put money in our firefighters training to make sure that people can stay alive until they can get to the hospital. Thank you for letting me share.
Okay, we do have an online speaker, one online speaker.
And that speaker is Kevin Tisdale. Please unmute yourself and you may begin, Kevin.
Thank you. Kevin Tisdale, President, SEIU. Just want to thank the chief and for his presentation. Want to bring light to, I think, one critical area that's missed in the presentation. The underfunding or the lack of resources in the maintenance divisions and departments. So if we're adding, sufficient number of units, I think either 19 units, we also need to look at the staffing and the upkeep of the maintenance shop and the employees there, because they're already, overworked. Services go longer to get done. So adding new equipment now is nice, but again, keeping the equipment up and maintaining the equipment is the goal. And so again, we just want to put light into that as well.
Thank you. And I believe that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Comments, questions from the council? Vice Mayor?
So, first off, I just wanted to say thank you. This is a ton of work and will be a ton of work for the next 5 years. I had just a couple of questions about, just clarifying question first. The first 3 ALS sites that are proposed are the upgrade locations, is that correct? That's where you would be able to have people at?
Yes, those were put on that list because they would house those initial 3 squads,
Right.
which means 2 more personnel every single day and another vehicle that's currently not there.
Right. And then the next question I had was, the numbers are always intense when you take on an undertaking like this. And I just wondered if there are any kind of state or federal grants. I know federal is hard right now, but are there grant opportunities for this kind of an upgrade or no?
So I mentioned that we just had a meeting yesterday actually with Lodi Fire, the fire chief and their EMS chief. And they were fortunate when they started this in 2021. There's called AFG, Assistance for Fire Grants. And this was a grant area that they were willing to fund back then. I will say that the grant opportunities related to ALS have almost all gone away. It's really focusing on cybersecurity. They tend to move focuses depending on what's the newest thing in the fire service or in the public safety sector. I have not seen any that will fund implementation of a new paramedic program. Definitely, I'm looking for them, but I have not come across any at this time. There's been some staffing grants, but they're not related. They would just be related to whatever your normal staffing recruitment is, not a enhancement or improvement of your services such as this.
And then I had another question. When I did the tour of the fire stations and found out the crazy condition that some of them are in, how desperately we really do need to address this with or without the ALS program. We looked at the training center, and am I remembering correctly that there is a historic fire station at that site that's not operable right now? It's got all kinds of problems.
So there is a fire station that's part of that site. It's a portion of the building that the Youth Academy currently uses. Mm-hmm. Half of the building they use. The other half, actually, they can't use because it's in such poor condition right now. But it has a form of a certain level of historical status. not the type that will prohibit us from doing a project on that site. It does require us, though, to restore the exterior to what the original structure looked like when it was a functioning firehouse. But everything else around it, it's just a very small portion, one small section of the building. But everything else can be added on, renovated, remodeled, replaced.
Yeah. When I was there, we talked a little bit about how there maybe there's still some other jurisdictions that might be interested in kind of contributing to an effort to improve, upgrade the training center site. Is that something that's being considered as a part of this, or we're just thinking about short-term mobile only?
No, I mean, that was more about that vision was for a regional training facility. And one of the key partners was going to be the Berkeley Fire Department. We were not in a position to move forward with that project the way we envisioned, and they needed to move forward with a training site for themselves. It's my understanding that they have located a site somewhere in Berkeley, I think near Gilman. So I would anticipate, even though I haven't talked to Chief Sprague about it lately, I would anticipate that they probably are not willing to partner in the same fashion they were before. That did not include any sort of station aspect. It was strictly a training facility that we would share. I do know that City of El Cerrito, Confire, all of them that function in the county would still like to have a role in that if we could ever get that off the ground, but it wouldn't include a firehouse.
Right, right. It just feels like a huge opportunity. That site is really underused, and there could be something really great there. And then finally, I see here in the budgets, it seems like there's a assumption that the settlement funds will be used to pay for these things, and I wonder if there's a way forward without depending upon the settlement funds. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what's in the financial projections, but can you address that?
Certainly. So the reason both of the scenarios are just meant to be illustrative representations of, the fiscal impact and some of the assumptions. The recommended action is requesting that the City Council essentially authorize and direct me to work on developing a financing plan and revenue enhancements for the City Council's consideration. I think in order to be successful in developing and implementing this program, we need to really sort of put all the cards on the table in terms of looking at what is the complete landscape that the council, community stakeholders, labor, how can we work together to put together something that the council may be amenable to moving forward with, because it's a significant lift. And so what we're suggesting is that we can either try to work within the confines of the existing revenue streams that have been identified. That isn't enough. And so we are suggesting that the City Council authorize me and staff to sharpen our pencils and come back with a list of recommendations in collaboration with key stakeholders for the City Council's consideration. And so that could include a myriad of options, and just want to make it clear that for something of this magnitude, I think it's important that the council explicitly make that direction to the city manager to ensure that the council is behind coming up with revenue enhancements.
So one final question, and it has to do with that. Would it be possible if there's will to move this that recommendation tonight, could we make sure that the recommendations include something that does not assume the settlement funds, so that we can leave that as there's a whole, anyway, is that possible to have a version?
A point of clarification, the settlement funds are part of the general funds, and to think of them as separate would be looking at them as separate, as special funds. So if we're going to refer to the settlement funds, then before you get my vote, I need to hear funds equal to the settlement funds,
Okay.
which is not the same. General funds equal to the settlement funds, which is not the same as the settlement funds.
Okay. So could we have a version that has a proposal that offers a way forward that includes funds that are equal to the settlement funds? Is that possible?
And I'd also like to say that it is actually up to us to decide how much.
Well, I just actually want to know from the perspective of the person who's going to be trying to figure out how to move a pretty substantial lift in terms of financial lift, if she believes there may be a way forward without depending upon that pot. That's what I'm trying to ask the question.
Without using the sum equal, without using general funds
Yes.
equal to.
Yes.
I think staff can definitely develop options. I also think it depends on the stakeholder support, right? So usually when we look at revenue enhancements, it's dependent upon having stakeholder support and seeing what the appetite is for that. So I try to meet quarterly with our bargaining units. And I think if this is something that, and other key stakeholders, whether that's the Chamber of Commerce or I essentially have an open door policy, right? Anyone who wants to meet with me, I try to do my best to make myself available. So I think if the City Council is interested in having us develop revenue enhancements, we can do that pretty broadly. And then I would suggest that we come back within 60 days with a myriad of different recommendations. And that could certainly include options that do not include the settlement funds. And then if, and we can provide an update on if it appears as though there's an appetite for folks to work collectively on revenue enhancements.
I can see that it's very problematic to not say settlement funds, which you just did.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Well, I was trying to, I'm trying to thread the needle here, so it's a little tough.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody, for your work on this.
Thanks.
It really is important. We don't have a hospital, and this can save lots of lives, so thank you.
Yeah, I mean, from a staff perspective, I hope that the council can see that everyone has worked really hard on this presentation, and it's really important, and everyone here, even Darren from Public Works, who's in charge of fleet, is here. Like, everyone knows that this is really important for our community, and we definitely want to, if the city council continues to provide an affirmative direction forward, we definitely are up for the challenge. I do want to note that there will be significant impacts, right, that all departments, HR, finance, Public Works, City Attorney's Office, many departments will be involved with this lift. But I think that we can certainly, we're up for getting it done.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you for all the work that it has been putting in this. And I think it's great because, as Councilmember Robinson said, this will save a lot of lives and it's important. The issue here is that that if this is a big undertaking in terms of the financing, and we need to be clear about that. So I'm glad that we are looking into different scenarios for how we will fund that, because and I have a question, because in the forecast, these programs in the 5-year will be, and let me know if I am reading it correctly, but after it's implemented, from then, from 29-30 to future, is going to be approximately $8.5 million on top of the current, of the budget. It's $8.5 million that this program will cost year after year. And I am not saying that we should not do it, but I just want to make sure that the community knows that when we are talking about programs like these that are really key and important, it will cost some money. So I would like also to have kind of various ways of how this is going to be implemented. I think let's be honest. There is a lot of competing interest around the settlement funds that
Around what?
around the settlement funds that
Around the
we
what?
have. The settlement fund and this
Around
the settlement fund that we got, the additional funds that we got in the general fund from the May Polluters Pay. That is what it is. It's not different. And it's in the general fund. And I'm not saying that it's not in the general fund, but this didn't come from the out of air. It came because there was a settlement agreement that we did. So
and it went
just
into
that.
the general fund.
And it's in the general fund. But like people, like they add on a lot of what also we are talking, and we will be talking in the other item that we are putting here, is that we have this tremendous opportunity with this additional money in the general fund in these 10 years to have a transformation in this city and move us the dependency that we have in the fossil fuel industry to a green economy. And this is part of that, right? But we will need to look at it as a whole as well, so we know where are the competing interests of what we want to see in the city happening during these 10 years with this additional fund and the general fund that we have, right? So I applaud that this is coming to the vision, and I applaud that we are putting a lot of effort, and we need to really make sharp the pencils and the calculators and all the financial opportunities to do that. Also, to make sure that we are still in negotiations with some of the bargaining units to see that we are not only thinking about giving good raises to those staff personnel, but also to see an overall improvement in the services and in programs like this in our community, because at the end of the day, a program like this will save lives. So it will be interesting to see, you mentioned here that that it will be a bond. I would like to know more about what that entails. How much is the interest rate? Because at the beginning it was like bonds right now with interest rates so high will be that smart. How much money we will have to pay. So, and what is the benefit, cost benefit of getting the bond and paying what we need to pay in the interest rate. So there is a lot of these things that are coming up, but I would like to see these in the overall plan that we want, so that we move in these 10 years the city in the direction of not being that dependent on the fossil fuel industry and be more sustainable as a city. Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson.
So thank you for the presentation. I'll start off by saying I agree with my colleagues that I do support the city investing in an advanced life support program, through our fire department. But I do want to focus my questions on slides 19 and 20, which are the scenario 1 and scenario 2 budget. So I think it's probably mostly City Manager Curl that I have questions for. So one of the things I don't understand about looking at slide 19 under expenditures, so we can just start with budget year 25-26, you listed expenditures at 258 million and some odd, and then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lines below where you broke out below that. Are those also expenditures?
Yes, so that's why at the bottom, the blue line says total expenditures.
Okay, so my first question is, why did you set these expenditures separate from the expenditures why are these broken out?
Because we're currently in MOU negotiations and we wanted to make sure it's clear that we are anticipating increases in costs during the current bargaining period.
Right, but I mean, we're anticipating increases in cost and everything. Like if you look at the expenditures line, in the first year of the budget, it's 258 million. The next year, it's 290 million. The next year, so separate from these staffing cost increases, everything we're paying for is going up over these 5 years.
Yes, but labor makes up most of our costs for our budget.
I mean, looking at this very quickly, the
This isn't
jump in
total-
expenditures
Yeah, this
between.
isn't the total cost. This is just an incremental increase.
So under the expenditures line, you have from 25, 26 to 26, 27, it's going up about 32 million. And then if I'm eyeballing these staff things, like what is this, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's just say that's about 10 million more. So I just want to sort of like call attention to the fact that if we're doing a presentation on scenarios about the cost of fire advanced life support, to me it makes sense to have a line calling out like doing this new program is going to create these additional expenses. But I don't appreciate having the cost of our staffing raises in units that have nothing to do with firefighting being sort of teased out here. Because to me, what it is this inviting scrutiny, sort of saying, oh, are we overpaying Local 21? And why did 1021 get this raise? By the way, things that have already been decided and agreed upon. And so, you know, if you're not going to also tease apart sort of like, why did the budget go up for computers or paper or, you know, everything else that it went up for, I just don't think this is the place to sort of single out labor as something that we need to like double down our concern over. So again, framing things like that for me is really important, is to not, you know, I'm glad that our staff members across the board are getting raises. And I think we have to sort of then, you know, figure out how to make the rest of the budget work. Second thing, looking at the
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yeah, so and during my tenure here in Richmond, the way that we've been able to accomplish a lot of things is with having positive working relationships with our bargaining units. And what we want to show, right, is that some MOUs have been approved, some are still in negotiation. And if there are going to be revenue enhancements, right, we want there to be a willingness to consider if these are things that they're interested in, because we all have a vested interest in the of continuing to provide high-level service to the community. So it wasn't meant to be disparaging in any way or to be divisive in any way. We really want to be in collaboration with both community-based organizations and labor to move Richmond forward. So that wasn't I just want to clarify in terms of intention.
Yeah, and hopefully,
but your points are well taken.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. That again, if I'm getting a presentation on the advanced life support, that's sort of what I want to see. Approving that project, what does it add? And I can see that there, but then I get all this other information that just makes my hackles go up. And looking at this, like basically looking at scenario 1 and scenario 2. That according to and again, like I'm sure we'll have more time for me to understand like why is it that you project that the revenues are only going up a little bit, but the expenditures, even separate from the labor expenditures, are going up much faster than the revenue. So again, I'm sure we'll have a future time where you can give your evidence for why you're anticipating that. But what you're modeling here for folks who might not have this in front of them, what staff is modeling here is in the next 5 years, every single year we will be over budget, running a deficit between $6.2 and $55 million per year. So it's not like what you're projecting here is not just that we can't afford advanced life support. We can't afford lots of things, you know, that under what I think I'm understanding to be this modeling. And that's totally separate from what you're modeling for the capital. I won't even get into the capital projects because that's hundreds of millions of dollars more that you're modeling in deficits. And so my question is like, if I'm understanding it right, I'm supposed to just sort of take a breath and relax and then authorize staff to go look at some revenue enhancements. And that's when we get down to the real deal of, can we afford to have an ALS program? Is that,
Yes.
okay. So then.
Yeah, and in years past, right, this council has really had the privilege of being the exception, right? But historically, right, every budget season, we would start with a huge deficit. And what we've been doing every year is we provide a balanced budget to the city council. But I think if everyone had everything that everyone wanted, right, we unfortunately would have a deficit. So what we're saying is that we can go back and sharpen our pencils, but we are going to have to modify the current trajectory if this is something the city council wants to do, and that has to include revenue enhancements.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And one thing I want to sort of call out is one of the reasons why this is frankly alarming me so much is that in my short tenure year, I've been impressed, and also in the paying attention in the years past, of what a great job the council and staff have done in delivering not just a balanced budget, but one that tends to have some surpluses in the mid-year. So I want to acknowledge that we're all doing a great job, and I'm hoping that this is not some prediction that we've gone off the rails in some way. I'll stop there.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you for the presentation. I'm very happy it's coming actually into utilization in 3 years rather than 5 years. I have some very primitive questions. It's about details, not the big picture. So I wonder, AMR is a private company, right?
Correct.
And what is the role of the county currently?
When it comes to ambulance service, it's called the Alliance. And what it is a partnership with a private company and a public agency. ComFire is a public agency in the equation. If you want to provide ambulance service in Contra Costa County and almost every other county in California, if you hadn't been doing it already before, and I don't know the exact year, but there's rights that are associated. If you, let's just hypothetically, if you were providing ambulance transport service before 1990, you have rights that you exercised and you get to keep. Everybody after that date, if you want to provide ambulance service in the county, you must competitively bid that service in order to provide that service. And the county health department, EMS agency, is the one that awards that contract. So every 5 years, wherever the cycle is, AMR, when they used to be the provider by themselves, would bid it against other companies such as Falk or Paramedics Plus. There's a number of ambulance companies that provide 911 ALS service. AMR has been awarded the contract numerous times. ComFire and AMR decided to bid it together as a joint agency, as an alliance, which allowed them as a public agency to access some funding sources that are only available to public agencies. And the infrastructure and the institutional knowledge and historic ability of doing the service comes from AMR. So jointly, they were able to basically, what they felt was have provide a better level of service potentially, provide a model that allows for more revenue or funds to stream into the ambulance services that are provided. It just has to do with how they access money. It's a model, ComFire and AMR in Contra Costa County, one of the first agencies to get into that alliance agreement, but that it's being modeled in Sonoma County currently with Medic Ambulance. And there's a number of models in Southern California that are following it because if it works the way it's supposed to, it can keep us from having to get a new company every 5 years that provides new ambulance service, has to figure out how to do it, how to work in the county, build relationships with fire agencies. It provides more consistency.
Thank you. And where is their budget coming from? And what is the role of the city of Richmond in providing that service to residents currently?
The budget for
the ambulance service.
Well, that's all controlled through the Board of Supervisors. And then, like I said, there is funds through different healthcare acts that help ConFire offset the costs to that. There's billing that happens by a private ambulance company for certain services that are provided. I mean, there's a number of places that they get their funding from. I have never dived deep into their budget because I have enough to worry about with my budget.
So that's exactly why I'm asking. So if we're going to have our own ambulance and
We're not having our own
paramedics-
ambulance. This is a non-transport ALS system.
I see. Okay.
We are not getting into the ambulance business. We're enhancing our level of EMS care that we provide on scene. Because right now, you can get a Richmond fire engine to your house when you call 911, typically around 4 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
If you live on the outskirts, maybe it's somewhere between 4 and 6 minutes. Contractually, the ambulance company will be meeting their contractual obligation if they get to 90% of their calls in 9 minutes or under. We have regularly encountered instances where we wait for ambulances over 10 minutes. There are times we wait for ambulances to come from Martinez, to come from John Muir Walnut Creek.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say that it's all the time, but it happens. And the advanced level of care that our community members need in certain instances, such as CPR, a stroke, a severe trauma incident, are delayed because we can't give those services because we are not an ALS fire department. We can provide that advanced care when we get there, which is that 4-minute average. We will get life-saving care there sooner, and that's the benefit of this program. We will still be turning over this patient to the same ambulance company we currently do, but the goal is that by the time the ambulance gets there, they're ready to go and load them up and get them to the hospital where they can get definitive care in the ED.
And they're still alive, which is great. But my question is, probably we reduced the number of calls they receive. So do we get any budget from the county?
We will
for the
not reduce
services
the
we
number of
provide?
calls they receive because we are still responding to the same call. We are not in lieu of them. We are improving what we do on scene. They still contractually are obligated to transport patients within the county. We are not being allowed to transport patients. So this program has no bearing on whether or not AMR gets more calls or less calls. They still have to respond to the same calls regardless. We just get to provide a higher level of care to our residents.
So we'll be on our own, no billing, insurances or nothing. It's just a service we provide.
Well, that is direction that will need to come from this council. It is very common to charge for certain services. There are fire fees that some organizations do, such as San Jose Fire, Napa City, Vallejo. There are numerous agencies who have different models to try to recoup some costs. Some only bill insurance companies, but will not bill actual individual. So there's no one funding or billing model that will recoup and cover the cost of this program. All of those models just offset what it costs to provide this service. And those decisions ultimately will be brought, I'm assuming, to the council to make a decision on which type of funding, which type of cost recouping measures you feel comfortable in directing us to implement.
Thank you. My second question is about paramedics. Are they going to be always separate from firefighters, or eventually firefighters will be paramedics too?
The goal is that eventually we will just have all firefighter paramedics, phase them in. And, we are in the beginning phases of figuring this out. The more we learn, the more we meet with agencies, the more we, come up with, we adjust this model that we wanted to use to deploy. Ultimately, the goal is that the current fire department that you have now, the only difference will be that they have a higher level of training, but we will reset to what we have now or what we need based on any sort of population increase we have. But that we will eventually all have ALS fire engines and truck companies, and the firefighters, like you see them now, show up to your house, will be the same number of firefighters on the same fire engine. They will just be trained to a paramedic level. That's the ultimate goal at the full implementation. We don't want to have rely on a squad model indefinitely.
So what happens to the vehicle you purchase now for paramedics?
We always use vehicles. These are squads. They are a Ford F-550 chassis with a buildup on it. We can repurpose those for rescue vehicles, for towing a boat, for a marine program, for our rescue. We have numerous trailers that we use for rescue, shoring, structural collapse. These vehicles will be repurposed. We don't have enough vehicles currently, so we would not have a problem repurposing these vehicles for a legitimate use.
Thank you. And last question is about the role of EMS Division Chief and Clinical Care Manager. Are they firefighters or just clinical, or who will they be?
So the EMS Division Chief will be a chief officer. It will be I think what's a comparable position that you can look at is the fire marshal. Fire marshal is a sworn chief officer of my command staff. This will be a division. He runs a division. Chief Wiley runs a division. He runs the fire prevention division. We just call him the fire marshal, but a division chief was assigned to oversee an entire division of the fire department. And so this chief officer would oversee strictly the EMS function of the fire department. That duty currently is covered by the training chief, who has to double duty and do training and oversee EMS training, and also infection control, which is related to EMS. So we will be able to separate those two because that it's not feasible to run an ALS program with one chief officer that also oversees fire suppression training and special operations training, such as extrication, structural collapse, rope rescue, confined space. There's so many aspects in training. EMS has to be its own. It's highly specialized, and it's also highly regulated, and there's a lot at risk because of field treatment guidelines and policies. And the contract that we have with the county health department, we get reimbursed a small amount of money every year, but we have to abide by a number of reporting and performance thresholds that has to be monitored, and there has to be a continuous quality improvement program in place that has to be managed by someone that focuses solely on EMS. The clinical care manager will fall into that system because the chief officer will run the overall EMS division, but there has to be someone specialized in training EMS skills, refreshing skills, addressing performance issues when it comes to field treatment and outcomes of patients, and be able to train for any new scope of practice that is rolled out to us by the county or that we choose to implement. Imagine a lot of times this position is filled by someone that's an experienced paramedic from an ambulance, and in some organizations, that's actually a nurse role. They're specifically trained in, or specifically qualified to train EMS-related skills and curriculum.
Thank you very much. If I may, I have one last question for you. So when ambulance people come, they're usually in communication with the hospital where they're going to transfer the patient. When ASL comes, are they in touch with the hospital too, or the ambulance?
There will be certain treatments that require in the field. What dictates who calls the hospital is the treatment being administered in the field oftentimes. There are certain protocols that are standing protocols, and there are certain protocols that before you can do a certain procedure or administer a certain medication, require what's called base contact, which means they will have to contact John Muir Hospital, the ED, to get authorization to do certain treatments. That's separate from the ambulance that will call ahead if they're calling their receiving facility where the patient is being transported to. So yes, there will be times our firefighters will want to administer certain treatments in the field, and it may require base contact to do that.
Thank you very much for thorough answers. I have a much clearer picture now. I really appreciate it.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Great follow-up to the first presentation we had on this, I think a year ago, 2 years ago. Forget the timing now, but great.
6 months.
6 months? Oh, Jesus. Feels like it was forever, but I'm glad that we're moving forward in the conversation. This has a lot more content, and I like all the numbers. I do have a couple of questions. The temporary fire station on slide 14 that we're discussing on there, what does temporary mean in this instance?
So a temporary fire station, they're more commonly used when you are rebuilding a fire station and you have to temporarily relocate a fire station so that you can demolish on the site you have because you don't have a new site. So oftentimes a fire department will purchase or lease a temporary firehouse, which is typically a modular structure. If you envision like the modular classrooms you see at a lot of schools, same building, just the internal layout of it is made to resemble a firehouse, sleeping quarters, kitchen, day room, all of those types of things. And it's meant to be temporary, but you have to bring in all the utilities. You have to bring in the communications, which allows for communication from the dispatch center for dispatching purposes. Everything you would have in a functioning firehouse has to be there just in a temporary fashion. And when you're done with it, you typically either sell it or, like I said, it's a lease and the company will come back and remove it off of the grounds that you put it on.
And then, so I was trying to follow what you were saying earlier. So because we're looking at stations 62 and 68 to potentially be the ones that would have some kind of upgrades, and that temporary fire station will be for those two?
No. So what the slide 14 is trying to show is that fire station 62 and 68, for the most part, could, with minor modifications, could accommodate additional personnel and apparatus. The consultant, based on population density, call volume, and geographical location, recommended Fire Station 64 at Bayview and Carlson to be at the third site for a squad, but that's not feasible due to the number of personnel we already have at that fire station. We can't fit anybody else in there.
Sorry, because you mentioned that, I want to make sure that I'm getting, so that way you don't repeat what you just said. So what is the temporary fire station going to be for? For which station that we're looking?
It would be in place of having something at Station 64, we would put a temporary firehouse to house the squad at the training center, which is also in Station 64's first due district. The other option would be to put a temporary firehouse in the back parking lot of Station 64, but there's a lot of equipment stored back there currently and Connex boxes, and it's the consultant that did the walkthrough on the facilities didn't recommend that as a first choice. They felt that the site at the training center would provide for a very similar geographical location, but would be much easier to put in a temporary firehouse because we have already installed modular classrooms to teach CERT and EMS maybe about 10 years ago. So it was a much easier project to bring the utilities over.
So that's kind of while we're doing something on Station 64?
No, this would be, this would be contingent upon us transitioning to ALS engine companies so that the engine company at 64 would eventually be staffed with paramedic firefighters, and you wouldn't have to have the squad at the tower anymore.
Yeah, Chief, if I may, so I think it would be helpful just for clarification. So is, in terms of clarifying that the squad, right, would be at the training center site.
And the other thing that this is such a complex thing, but the other aspect of why the consultant for the stations recommended this is that there is the potential that Station 67 and 66 need to be rebuilt. Station 66 is an example of a station that there is no other place to put Station 66 temporarily and still serve the north and east other than moving them to a temporary station that might be at the training tower. So the idea is that you could potentially invest this, 1.9 to 2.5 million for a temporary firehouse. Initially, you could use it to house a squad until you transition to ALS engines. And then you could also house Station 66's crew there temporarily while we rebuild Station 66. So you actually get dual use out of that initial investment instead of just using it for a squad. And then We don't know how this is going to work with Station 67's replacement, but there is the potential to have to move 67 out of their quarters to a temporary firehouse to rebuild that fire station. You might be able to use that for that purpose also and get a third use, although that's not ideal because it's on the other side of the train tracks, which could pose delays to responses into the south side. But it just gives us options to repurpose that station and lease it for longer so that the initial investment isn't just for a squad, but it's for station rebuilds also. Because that is a factor into all station rebuilds is where does the current crew go while you rebuild this firehouse? And how do you move them and have the least amount of impact on response times and operations?
Perfect, thank you. And maybe in the future, I would love to see what it will cost to, instead of a temporary, do a new one there. Because we're only building more housing around the area, so we're going to need another fire station anyway, so we might as well look to see if we invest. So that with the future, so thank you. Next question, station, let me see my notes here. Station, so slide 15, if you can, so it says station 66 and 67 for station replacement is about, station 67 is 30 million. For station 63, it's also 30 million, but it looks like we're not replacing, we're just fixing the foundation. Trying to figure out why the cost is the same to replace than to do some fixes.
That is a worst case scenario estimate about that. It is going to require more analysis. That fire station has a foundation issue that may be linked to grading, they suspect. And it could be as minor as fixing the foundation and doing piles under the foundation, or it could be as severe as having to demolish that fire station and rebuild it. We don't know yet. So the consultant gave this number as more of a worst-case scenario estimate if you had to do a significant tear down and rebuild that firehouse. But we don't know what that's going to cost yet. This is just the best guess right now based on a consultant.
Got it, thank you, because that note there says foundation repair and grading. So it's foundation repair and grading all the way to repair, and the number could be anywhere between 30 million to less than, right? Is what
supposedly.
What I got. Supposedly, all right. Thank you. And then the, on slide 19 and 20, so the positions, and this might be a question for the city manager. So I see that the positions, I want to make sure that I'm seeing this correctly, and it might be because of the budget, as we're potentially having expenditures that are higher than revenues, but the total of 40 positions are going down. So both of these budgets have positions going down between 92 to 127 positions. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, you are reading that correctly. So the idea is, so what you see, the total afforded positions on the bottom there. So as our deficit increases, we're saying that the amount of positions, allocated positions, current allocated positions, which is, I believe, is it 800? 800. We're saying that if we had to close that gap of, in fiscal year 29-30 of 55.3 million, we could only afford 563 positions. So it's illustrative.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure, because I'm seeing it go lower, so we have to plan for that as well. All right, no other questions for now. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes, thank you so much for the update and the presentation. I appreciate it. I just wanted to know, so on the CIP list, we have a lot of fire stations listed concerning upgrades and repairs. But since the first 3 stations listed in the presentation are now the priority locations, I'm wondering, is that reflected also as a priority on the CIP list? Or is that included in the CIP shortfall that's on the projections?
There does need to be, there was a specific methodology that the City Council approved for prioritizing projects. And so I would say that At mid-year, we need to, what we frequently refer to as we need to have a true up. So there needs to be an alignment of we'll have more refined numbers from Public Works on what they anticipate the facility upgrades will cost, as well as the new stations. And then we will need to work with the city council to align the council priorities around the methodology for the CIP projects to bring these things into alignment. So
Okay.
that needs to be done. Staff have begun to work on it.
Yes.
But we will have that information for mid-year.
Okay, fantastic. Also, I just want to be realistic because my hopes are getting like up. And so like with our expectations and then like with the potential 3-year rollout, like would we be able to actually implement this ALS program without the usage of the additional funds awarded in the general fund? Is that correct?
I think that we will need to think about revenue enhancements and what is the city council comfortable with and what are stakeholders comfortable with proceeding with. And so I think it's possible, but it depends on, ultimately what the city council's policy direction is. And so, we're trying to balance these things.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers are astronomical, so I'm just like wanting to be realistic, like with ourselves and with the public, like, is this a lift that we could do without depending on that, especially since this is a program that's going to impact the city of Richmond and not any one in particular or any district in particular, but so can't wait to hear that part. Also, lastly, I just wanted to ask about the improved emergency response times and preparedness. So how would staff be able to identify or ensure, I know ensure is probably like a reach, but that ALS services improvements are equitable across the districts because of the limited station usage, or that will be staffed with ALS?
Are we talking at 3 years or 5 years?
That's good. Either. I just want to make sure that we, that's something that really spells out, like what that looks like.
So, I mean, that was the point in sharing the maps with you, was that
I didn't see
KCRT, can you
District
put up
1.
slide
I don't know.
17?
I don't know if somebody,
KCRT, can you put up slide 17?
my eyes are bad, so maybe somebody could point it out to me, but I didn't see. Oh, no, not that one.
I think this one, yeah, so we apologize. I think slide 16, your point is well taken. We apologize that there was there's a
They're
district
trying to
missing.
leave us out. Yeah, that's why I want to make sure that it's equitable.
So Public Works, Mark will work with him on these slides.
Thank you so much.
But for the purposes of the initial rollout, right,
Yeah.
which is slide 17, which is the next slide, this is sort of the initial strategy. And I think, Chief, do you want to talk about the deployment strategy here and why this is your recommendation?
Yes. So this is one of the reasons why the consultant recommended squads in the beginning, because squad's not the only answer, right? We could do 3 ALS engine companies, but then we are saying, okay, well, where do we put them? If we follow the consultant's model, yeah, they're spread out throughout the city, but you got to remember our fire engines, our companies, each station has a district it responds in. It's considered like it's a primary response area. We call it the first due area. And so, but a squad can mimic like an ambulance does, where we are basically breaking up the city into 3 sections that the squad can roam anywhere in that third of the city and respond to a call. What you currently get, let's just use an example as a medical incident. You currently get a fire engine or a fire truck, and an ambulance responds to your house when you call 911. The only thing that would change is the squad would respond in addition to that, so that they would get ALS service there. I will say that if it was in ALS engines, it would be, and I only had to do 3 of them initially, that would be a much easier lift. But I would struggle being able to equitably provide that service around the city. It would be limited to their district And if they are not busy, we might be able to add them to a neighboring district, but now we're creating coverage gaps in their primary district. And so that was the reason why the squad was recommended, because everybody in the community gets to initially benefit if we have a additional roaming medical unit that can provide ALS versus a fire engine with firefighter medics that stays in a predetermined district. So, if these were fire engines, only Hilltop would get medic service, and only North Richmond and only, Crescent Park area, Annex would get paramedic service. And we can't promise that would be able to, those engines would be able to respond outside their first due district. They currently only do that for things such as structure fires or vehicle accidents that require multiple units in their response. So this was an attempt to try to be equitable in this service improvement until we can get to a full 5-year where every fire engine and every fire station in your neighborhood has a paramedic on there. It would be much easier, though, if I just implemented 3 fire engines at a time until I got to 8. But I don't want to get into how did you pick them over us over here?
I got it. Thank you so much for that. And thank you all for all that you do. Appreciate you.
Councilmember Bonner?
Quick question about that, the slide 17. How long is going to be like that? I don't complain, why there is nothing in District 4. I understand you did your best and for practical purposes. But how temporary is this situation? 2 years, 1 year?
Well, that's part of the 5-year plan. The goal is that between year 3 and year 5, we will be implementing ALS engine companies. So eventually, Station 63 on Valley View will be an ALS engine company.
So it's maximum 2 years that we'll have this situation.
That's the goal. The goal is that everybody within the 2 years following the initial squad implementation will be ALS. There will, as we decide which stations get implemented first, there's a lot of things we're gonna have to consider, such as call volume. In your district, we're looking at distance away from other paramedic resources. We don't have a methodology for that yet. We also need to see what our staffing looks like and how many medics we onboard and what rank they are. There's a lot of factors that go into it. So we're going to try to come up with, when we get down into the weeds of the plan for implementation, have a hierarchy of which stations first, second, third, all the way through. Most likely the truck company would be the last crew to get a paramedic, since their primary duties are hazmat and structure fire response. So we have to figure that out, and that's something that we will figure out, internally in the fire department based on a number of factors.
Thank you. So I hope you do consider some priority for District 4 for being so far away from them. Thanks. 5-year, you're right.
So are there any other questions? If not, I would like to make a motion to receive this update on the advanced life support first responder services, fire station upgrades and replacements, and associated 5-year financial forecast, and direct the city manager to develop revenue enhancement and financing recommendations for the city council consideration. Also, to consider how we think of the general fund in order to ensure that that the general funds, which were expanded because of the settlement fund, can be looked at in a totality with the needs of the city.
Okay, second. Second. Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Very excited, yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is to combine. Item P3 and P4. P3 is to direct the city manager to engage a consultant to collaborate with city staff and city council and community stakeholders to conduct community engagement and gather input on a framework for the expenditure of new general fund revenues generated by the polluters pay settlement, with the consultant reporting back to the city council by May 26th of 2026. Item P4 is to direct the city manager or their designee to schedule and lead a minimum of 6 community meetings each year all around the city in each district to gather input from the community on how to spend the community money, Chevron settlement funds, prior to the annual budget meeting. We have a total of 17 in-person speakers. And if there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on item P3 and P4, please raise your hand at this time.
Okay. So do we have Claudia?
Yeah, thank you. So I think like I'm going to present with Councilmember Robinson P3. We have been in collaboration with many community organizations and with staff to have like this need for getting input from the community around what we can do and what the community vision is around these new monies in the general fund from these a settlement agreement that we have and that many community organizations make it happen among city council. So in that sense, the idea is to, we know that a capacity in the staff is limited, so we want to make sure that we add capacity. This is why we are recommending that a consultant could be part of that capacity adding so that we can have a robust community engagement. The idea is that we had this tremendous opportunity, as I said before, in these 10 years, with $550 million adding to the general fund every year, the first 5 years, $50 million, and then after that, $60 million. To do some a smart investment that can allow us to move the needle in that dependency that we have from Chevron. As it says in one of the articles in the newspaper, we have a 20% of our general fund revenue comes from one industry. And an industry that, as we are seeing, is shutting operations even in this county, like Venetia, Marathon, and others here. So I think what we need is to be prepared to start diversifying that revenue. And these are really key questions, like how much can we decrease that dependency in these 10 years? And what a kind of investment? But also recognizing that this community hasn't have an investment, that there is a lot of deferred maintenance, that there is a lot of things that the community would like to see to improve the quality of life. So recognizing that there is a framework that we are proposing that maybe I will leave Councilmember Robinson to present, but it's also around, so it's two things. One is the financial strategies that we can have to make sure that maybe this money makes more money and is extended the period of time that we have these extra funds that we are seeing today. So what is the smart thing to say? We brought an item several months ago about is it smart to pay the unfunded liability, the UAL, the unfunded accrual liability that we have due to pension obligation. Is that the smart thing to do? Or maybe not? Or what are the things that we can do to really make sure that we extend the life of these funds? What are the investments that we have in terms of economic development and just transition that brings job, but it brings a new source of revenue that also start filling or diversifying and adding more a new revenue, so we are being prepared. So I think we had been thinking a lot, we had been working a lot in terms of not only just said to the community, what do you want to see with these extra funds, but also provide a framework so our conversations are beyond just desires, but also be strategic about where and what to put the money on. So with that, I will pass it to Councilmember Robinson to add more.
Vice
Thank
Mayor?
you. Oh, Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Funny. Okay, so just want to add a couple of things that I think are really important. One of those things is that this is a really huge opportunity for the city to have this scale of additional general funds coming into the city for only this period of time that we know about. I think we're at a moment where we can make some really bad decisions. We could, move forward and spend it all every year and not really know when we look back on it what happened. What did we spend it on again? Where did it go? I think that this is a moment where we need to really think about what is our strategy. Is there a way to extend these funds through investments so that it lasts longer than 10 years? Also, we need to ask ourselves, are we under certain conditions now that we need to address? I think Councilmember Jimenez mentioned our unfunded liabilities. Is that something that we need to address in this moment with this, kind of once in a generation opportunity? I'm not sure, but it's something that definitely, with over $300 million in unfunded liabilities, something that we might want to think about, we might want to consider. Also, thinking about the examples of Benicia and the refinery closing there and creating an enormous impact on that city. They were not ready for it. They did not have the plans in place. They did not have any revenue, alternative revenue sources, and now they are hurting and they are trying to figure out how they're going to keep their city alive. Does Richmond want to be in that position? Even we know there are massive changes happening in the petroleum industry that are market changes, changes that are beyond our control, changes that happened to the coal industry and devastated coal country when those changes came down and coal mines shut down, devastated those cities and towns. We can look at Detroit, changes in the auto industry. It was market changes, devastated Detroit. It was literally a ghost town. Like for decades, they're still trying to build themselves back up because they had no plan for these massive market changes and their overdependence for their general fund from one sector, from one industry. We're in a moment where we can see that clearly. Richmond is over-dependent for our general fund on one industry. We have an opportunity in this moment to actually use this short-term funds to attract other industries, to invest in our economy and build up some other revenue streams, right? So I feel like we're in this moment where we have this opportunity and we could go on a spending spree, getting all the things that we've wanted for all these times. Or we could do something different. We could do a combination of the two. And I think that it really needs to be a conversation that we have well with community, facilitated by a non-partial facilitator, a facilitator that doesn't have a dog in the race and can actually help people suss through these ideas and weigh in on what they believe. What we're advocating through this item is to bring in that non-biased facilitator to help facilitate a conversation with community members in every district, and actually go through this landscape of opportunities. Talk about what is the strategy that we want to use as this money is entering into our general fund. Do we want to do some kind of an investment strategy? Do we want to do some kind of, prioritized spending? But have the community weigh in on it before we make the decisions for everyone behind closed doors.
It definitely won't happen behind closed doors.
So I'm still talking, I'm finishing up here.
Oh, okay, there's a long pause.
Yeah. And so I think that what I've heard over and over and over again when I'm out in community at neighborhood council meetings, out talking to people want an opportunity to chime in. They don't want it to happen without their voices being heard. For what it's worth, they know ultimately the decision will be with council and other folks, but I think that it behooves us and it is good public policy to actually have a non-biased consultant come in and conduct this community process so we can have that information and the community can be fully informed. And then we know where they stand and we can move forward accordingly. Thank you.
And I'm in total agreement with what was said by the Vice Mayor and the Council Member Jimenez. And to frame this, the City Council, before we received the extra income from Chevron, passed goals and objectives. And those goals and objectives had many interest in greening the economy here in the city of Richmond. And so whether or not we had gotten that money from Chevron, the city of Richmond still would have spent money on greening the economy because that was our goals and objectives, which we decided upon. But now that we have extra funds in our general funds, we need to think about how we want to spend them. Not just the 50 million, but the entire general fund. It's we need to decide as a community how that money best addresses the needs of the city. So I would suggest that we not just consider the 50 million, but we consider the entire general fund in our explorations of how to move the city forward. Now, we can, in part of our mind, keep that 50 million separate, but I think we're capable of seeing how that 50 million needs to be coordinated with the rest of the general funds. Cesar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for combining these two because I think the intent of everyone here is to figure out how do we better communicate and gather the feedback from the community. I have been trying to work with different organizations to try to get that feedback. It took a long time, as many of you know. I started doing my strategy meetings in my district since I was first elected. And there I always ask, and this is before the 50 million or the Chevron money or whatever, always asking my community, what do we do? What is it that you need when you open the front door? What do you need? Because you know exactly your needs when you open that front door. I know district-wide, I know different issues, we all know citywide, but I wanted to hear from those members when they opened the front door, what was their issues? Then late last year, after trying to work with different individuals to help potentially put these meetings together that we promised that we would do back in 2024, we sat here. I know it was a slightly different council, but we still promised that we would go out and get that feedback from the community. Things happened, we got busy, whatever it might be, but I wanted to make sure, and even though we heard from various community groups come out and say, hey, you told us you were going to do this, and you haven't done it, and you told us you were going to do this, and meeting after meeting, we would hear it, and I felt bad, so I reached out and I said, okay, we said we were going to do this, let's do this together. People got busy, whatever it might be. Then I took the initiative to try to go out and try to gather that feedback. So that's how I kind of ended with trying to do these together. And I was opening them up for everyone. The first one that I did was in District 1. It just happened to be 1 is the first number. There was no particular order, then I was just going to go down the list and then try to figure out what community centers were available. My item doesn't go with a consultant because I believe that our staff is more than capable of being able to do this on our behalf. The staff already goes out there and does some of the financing meetings right before our budget. They've been doing this for years. We can add this and give it a little more structure. I appreciate the structure that my colleagues put in on their item, item P3. That's a great structure, right? I didn't put any structure because I want to make sure that this is collaborative, but the goal should be to get the input from the community. Now, something that the city council has that regular individuals and residents in Richmond might not have is we get closed session information, right? That sometimes will help us shape where we need to put the money, and we might not always be able to share it in public until we finish whatever is in closed session. We might know of other projects coming or leaving or whatever it might be. So we know sort of high level what's going on in the city. But asking the community, again, is really important so that we can try to balance that. Because we're never going to know what every corner of our community needs unless we ask them. That's why in my item, I was saying to at least do 6, because we have 6 districts. But making sure that we touch as many corners. And what I would love to see as well is that we don't just do them on one particular day at one particular time, but that we do them throughout the weekdays, weekends, mornings, evenings, because our people, our residents of Richmond, work. Some of them have 2, 3 jobs. So how do we make sure that they have the ability to make it to these meetings? So I want to make sure that we keep that in equity as well, making sure that we meet them at the time and place that they can make it. Some individuals, Sundays might not work. Let's make sure we have some on Saturdays. Let's make sure we have some on Sundays for those that can't make Saturdays, et cetera. So making sure that we're equitable there. And then I go and I will have to ask the city manager, right, if we were to move forward with any of these items, that staff would have the potential capacity, because also looking at the cost of having another consultant, right? It's $300,000. The item that we just heard, $300,000 can get us the dorm capacity at Fire Station 62, Fire Station 68, can get us the new chiefs that we need, right? Their first year budget is about $300,000. The EMS manager, $135,000. Division chief, $261,000. So as we're looking to spend money, right, because it's asking the community, how do we spend it? We also want to make sure that we are aware of where can we put the money to last us a little bit longer. And then also going and letting the community know that if we save some of it, we can use some of that money for long term. Where do we invest it? How do we invest it? But both investing it in the bank potentially, but investing in our community. Because our community of Richmond, for a very, 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 very long time, has not had the services that they deserve. How many potholes, how many lights are out, how many services have they been lacking? In the past couple of years, we've been investing more in parks. We've been investing more in our infrastructure. So we definitely have been turning around, but let's continue asking for those services. District 4 doesn't have bathrooms in the parks up there. right? So the services are going to be different. Parchester is flooding. I've been there for the past couple of weeks, and the infrastructure is so broken. We have so much more investing to do. So let's make sure that we're asking the community. We're leading always with what the community is looking for us to do for them. So, City Manager, back to my question, would staff even have the capacity?
If, through the mayor as the chair, I think it might be helpful for finance staff to assist in answering this question because I want to be thoughtful around what their capacity is. Staff who work on the budget, if they want to come forward.
'Cause
Good evening. This is Mubin, the Deputy Director of Finance, Chief Rosario. The answer to your question about the capacity I just want to be honest with you guys, like this, with the council and the mayor, that the timeline that's been given and the task that is being discussed right now is going to be literally core budget department's task, and budget division actually is overwhelmed and going to be further overwhelmed for next several months starting tomorrow as we kick off the fiscal year 26-27 year budget development process, which is already a very comprehensive and engaged process given the fact that the city of Richmond is a quite large city and it requires a lot of effort to develop its budget thoroughly and comprehensively. So the staff will be extremely busy and really stretched through June, basically. And I'm really being honest with the.
Perfect. Just want to make sure that as we move forward, that we don't give you direction to add additional work. If you're not able to do that additional work, then a consultant is what then you're saying.
Even working with consultant is a task with the major. We can't just leave a consultant out there working on their own. So bringing a consultant on board is quite a major lift. We have to be very equitable and fair throughout the process, which requires a lot of attention to detail and continuous monitoring, given that we are the stewards of the community fund. So we have to make sure that, we are bringing that accountability and we're fair and equitable and transparent, which is a task of its own. And it does not take away the fact that it does demand hard work and a lot of attention on top of the budget development, which is really a major lift. So the timeline doesn't work.
So is it the timeline or the time commitment? So if we give you more time, could staff do it, or do we still need the consultant?
At the end of the day, we are really reporting to the city manager and the council, and we are supposed to follow the direction. It's so the task is there if that's what the council is going to decide. So the time will be the ask that we can ask right now. We can request right now.
So then there's more time that you need. Then I'm just trying to get what.
Mubin, do you have a specific request pertaining to time and
45 to 60 additional days?
Okay, perfect. So with that plus the consultant, or
definitely consultant, because we have to be scientific. It's not just collecting, asking questions and collecting information. I believe the council wanted to be like a proper, comprehensive scientific survey, not just run-of-the-mill, just because Mubin thought so survey.
Well, it's whatever Mubin says.
We have to, I believe it needs to be a scientific, qualitative and quantitative survey, which there are social scientists who are there to do the job.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Ms. Kroll, anything else?
No, I appreciate staff being willing to be transparent because I know sometimes these conversations are hard. And so I just want to thank them for all being here this evening and for assisting and providing support.
Thank you. And then I want to make sure you said additional 45 days, and I think both of our proposals have a slightly different day. So instead of 45 days, which month?
That would be July sometime, I would say.
Okay, so in July.
Mid-July or late July.
Okay, so in July to start the process or to be done with the process?
I would say it would be really ideal if we start the process at the time, but then again, at the same time, like the council really makes that decision. Yeah.
Because that will be after the budget. So we're trying to see if we can start figuring out how do we incorporate the community's thoughts and ideas before the budget.
Maybe what would be helpful is that the city council can continue to provide input this evening and staff can return with an updated and a draft timeline for consideration by the council in 45 to 60 days, because then that'll provide an opportunity
Yes.
for the staff to look at what's being requested.
Thank you, thank you.
And I would also like to bring to attention that the consultant, when we bring them on, will have their own timeline. We can't really impose the timeline that we think, the speed that they will be working on. So there's only limited amount of factors that we can control as staff.
Yeah, I'd also like to say that this timeline isn't accounting for the work that you already have to do. You know, I think you're already overburdened, and to heap more work upon you would be doing the city a disservice. I know that when I have to do more work than I'm capable of, all the work turns out shoddy. So with that, Councilmember Brown?
Are we doing comments now, or are we going to public? Or? All right,
oh,
sorry,
yeah.
just want to.
No, I didn't know.
Because I wasn't giving my comment, I was just opening up for my item.
Yes, okay, all right. Then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll return to comments. I'm sorry? We're not doing questions yet.
Okay, we have 17 in-person speakers. And if you're joining us online and would like to address the council on items P2 and P3 and P4, please raise your hand at this time. Speakers are Cordell Hindler, Zenaida Gomez, Soma Mindy, Alma Gutierrez, Danielle Meniti, Melvin Willis, Alejandro Zavala, Yvette Blandon, Emma I, Hanson A, Marilyn M, Abdullah A, Michelle Chan, Ryan Kazan, Antoine Claude, Mark Wasberg, and Jamin Purcell will be our last speaker. Cordell Hindler.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. Cordell Hindler, I'm a Richmond resident. So I do want to thank the sponsors for this item. So I do have my own vision to seeing of Chevron's money. So picture this, a lively downtown Richmond, vibrant. And what's missing is retail, because I was in a Zoom call recently, and if you look at cities like Walnut Creek, San Jose, and Pinole, all of them have retail and economic development. So I'm thinking, like, if those cities can have revenue, so can Richmond. That's one vision. But also picture this, staffing, because as I stated during my open forum comment, if you remember what Ralph Tellis said regarding the workforce analysis, we need more staffing, because they're the ones that drive economic development. So especially regarding the port. So let me say that again. The port also generates money. So I'm thinking like having a consultant on board is ideal, because we want to get input from the community, that's me and the rest of us. So I think having a consultant on board would be very beneficial. And as far as hosting the community meetings and all that stuff, I think they need to also include like the older adults, because if they can't make it to a meeting in the evening, you come to them, because hear what they have to say. Look at our streets. That's what I have been advocating for a long time. Better streets, because if you coming to Richmond, look at our streets. Streets have seen better days. So we need to improve that. So I guarantee you, hear from the community, whether it's streets or anything. I just want to see these streets to be paved, because I'm tired of looking at our streets, because I live in Richmond and I want to see
Time has expired.
Oh.
Zenaida Gomez.
Buenas noches, concejales. Mi nombre es Anaida Gómez, soy miembro de ACE y residente de Richmond. Estoy aquí para apoyar el punto P3.
Good evening. My name is Naida Gomez, and I'm a member of ACE, and I'm here to support the item P3.
Excuse me, well, we have dual translation on the screen, so,
Oh, okay.
so it's
you don't
not
need
really
it.
necessary.
Okay, sígale.
El acuerdo de 550 millones de dólares de Chevron representa una gran oportunidad para que Richmond satisfaga las necesidades diarias de sus habitantes.
Actually, please translate. I was just informed that this is not available at home, so people listening at home will need the translation.
Okay, can we start over?
Okay.
Okay,
so-
can we start over?
Yeah,
And
let's start
hold
over
on
with-
one
with
second. Let me
with translation.
reset the clock.
Well, let me, diga aquí lo que estaba diciendo.
Sí, ya le dije. El acuerdo de 550 millones de dólares de Chevron representa una gran oportunidad para Richmond satisfacer las necesidades diarias de sus habitantes.
And the 5 and 50 million settlement with Chevron is huge opportunity for Richmond to meet people everyday needs and plan ahead for the closure or transition of Chevron refinery. Sígale.
Con estos nuevos recursos, Richmond podrá financiar servicios de infraestructura esenciales como calles seguras y transitables a pie, carriles para bicicletas, hospitales públicos y parques vecinales.
Sígale, te lo traduzco yo.
Podemos invertir en nuestra economía local, reducir nuestra dependencia de Chevron y planificar una transición justa que incluya empleos locales con salarios dignos, con representación sindical.
Okay. With these new resources, Richmond can fund essential services and infrastructure, like say walking streets, bikes for lines, public hospitals, and neighborhood parks. We can invest in our local economy, reduce our dependence from Chevron, and plan for just transition, including family support, local union jobs. Sígale. Nos quedan 2 minutos.
Ya tenemos la oportunidad de construir Richmond del futuro, una ciudad que nuestros hijos y nuestros nietos merezcan, una ciudad donde todos podamos respirar aire limpio, vivir en hogares seguros y accesibles y tener acceso a buenos empleos y a los recursos necesarios para prosperar.
And we have the chance to build Richmond of future, a city with our children and grandchildren deserve, a city where anyone can breathe clean air, live in a safe, affordable homes, and have access to good jobs and resources needed to thrive. Fíjate, ya tenemos un minuto.
Sí.
¿Qué se quedó?
Ya.
Yo
quiero decir que yo ya tengo 24 años viviendo aquí en Richmond y yo en mi experiencia con el aire contaminado me he dado cuenta de cómo con los años y con los niños que tengo que ya que sufren de asma, de alergia.
Okay, in my 24 years living here in Richmond, I can tell you the bad experience that I have living in not clean air and the children, like my children, suffering from asthma.
Gracias. Eso es todo.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zenaida Gomez. Zenaida. Okay, I'm sorry. Alma Gutierrez.
Buenas noches, concejales. Mi nombre es Alma Gutiérrez, soy miembro de ACE.
Good evening. My name is Alma Gutierrez, and I am a member of ACE.
Estoy aquí para apoyar el punto P3.
I'm here to support P3.
El acuerdo de 550 millones de dólares con Chevron representa una gran oportunidad para Richmond, satisfaga las necesidades diarias de los habitantes y planifique el cierre o transición de la refinería de Chevron.
This is the $550 million. Chevron represents the grand opportunity for Richmond to cover the daily necessities of the people and make plans for the transition to close this Chevron.
Con estos recursos, Richmond puede financiar servicios e infraestructura esenciales como calles seguras y transitables a pie, carriles para bicicletas, hospitales públicos y parques vecinales.
So with these resources, Richmond can fund essential services and infrastructure like safe, walkable streets, bike lines, public hospitals, and neighborhood parks. We can invest for our local economy.
Okay. Tenemos la oportunidad de construir a Richmond del futuro una ciudad con nuestros hijos y nietos que merecen una ciudad donde todos pueden respirar aire limpio.
We have the opportunity to have in the future a city in Richmond where our children and grandchildren deserve, and a city where everyone can breathe clean air.
¿Qué más?
Ya dijo ya eso, diga más abajo.
Excuse me, before she begins, I just heard from tech that the translation gets confused when it switches back from English to Spanish, and they would like to see if the translations can improve if they just hear it in Spanish.
Okay, thank you. Siga, no, siga. Me está diciendo que me pare yo.
Esto significa apoyar a las pequeñas empresas como las tiendas de comestibles de barrio y los negocios familiares, invertir en una economía sostenible que beneficie a todos y financiar proyectos como microredes, edificios residenciales al cambio climático y viviendas saludables para todos los residentes de Richmond. Mi ejemplo, ¿por qué desea invertir en energía limpia y con viviendas saludables impactos en la salud? Bueno, yo mismo he experimentado más enfermedades en mi salud. Soy sobreviviente de cáncer y me preocupa al tener asma ante esta combinación. Queremos asegurarnos de que estos fondos se inviertan en la comunidad para beneficios a los habitantes de Richmond. Esta es una oportunidad para invertir en nuestra comunidad y garantizar que estos fondos reflejen que la comunidad desea y necesita. Muchas gracias.
Okay. It's working now.
Yeah. So the translations did improve.
Yep. Danielle Merity.
Danielle Merity. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Speak right in the mic. Go ahead.
Okay. This settlement exists because Richmond residents live for decades with pollution, health impacts, and economic harm. This is repair money and should be directly benefit our families, youth, neighbors, and public safety where the money goes. 22% should go to workforce pathways, which include building a Chevron independent local economy. which includes port and logistics workforce, non-oil, city-owned energy and utilities career, housing production and construction trades, small manufacturing circular economy, arts, media, culinary, and creative economy programs, career pipelines, which include trades, green jobs, healthcare, and public service. And 25% should go to affordable housing and anti-displacement, keeping Richmond housed and safe, affordable housing, development and preservation, tenant protections and emergency and rental assistance, home repairs and grants for safety, and city-owned apartments and family housing, which can create revenue. 18% should go to small businesses and local wealth, keeping money circulating locally, grants and zero-interest loans, protection for legacy businesses, and commercial corridor and storefront improvements, health and clean air and neighborhood improvement, which would be 13%, repairing long-term health harm, asthma, chronic disease prevention, home and school air filtration, parks, lighting, and safer neighborhoods. 14% to go to Richmond Police Department and the Richmond Fire Department. Safe staffing, faster response, stronger accountability, hiring officers to improve response time, and 7% to go to city stability, which is the pension debt reduction. 1% to go to community oversight and voice. And true public safety means housing, opportunity, and health, and well-staffed accountability and working together. And that's all. I can send this in an email too.
Melvin Willis.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Melvin Willis here with the Richmond Progressive Alliance and also ACE, encouraging you to support these items unanimously. A lot of community groups who have been, even before the polluters pay settlement came forward, I've been talking to frontline community members about what they need, what is their experience living in a refinery town, especially for those that are living close to the fence line in our Iron Triangle, North Richmond, Parchester Village, everybody that's downwind from the refinery. And yeah, it's been said multiple times today, and even before we reach this day, there's a lot of community concerns about the city's over-reliance on the revenue that comes from Chevron in general, and the fact that we're in a climate crisis and we need to be figuring out what kind of other opportunities are out there and framework opportunities are out there that can make Richmond more more independent as opposed to being dependent on one industry. We're also in a climate crisis. Like I said, a lot of folks have been having those conversations about sea level rise and how are we as a region getting ready for that. And, you know, we don't want to be like Benicia and those other cities where, you know, all of a sudden a refinery left and you have a bunch of workers that are out of work now and a big mess that needs to be cleaned up. So having a framework and a plan on how this money can actually build investment for the city's long-term longevity on top of coming up with a potential cleanup plan, because refineries are not going to be forever. It's a finite thing that's going to take time, but eventually we are going to have to start living in a world where fossil fuels are just obsolete, and we're going to have to clean up the contamination that we already have rather than be stuck with contamination like some of our areas in Marina Bay have been dealing with for years. So please support this item. It's a good first step, and let's actually get some benefits out there for Richmond residents. Thanks so much.
Alejandro Zavala. Alejandro Zavala, followed by Yvette Blandon.
Buenas noches, señores del Consejo. Mi nombre es Yvette Blandón. Tengo un documento, un papel para leer, pero no lo voy a hacer porque no voy a repetir lo mismo que ya mis compañeros, que ya escucharon a mis compañeros. Bueno, como número uno, no soy nacida en Richmond, pero créanme que me siento orgullosa cuando voy a otra ciudad y digo que soy de Richmond, porque cuando vine aquí miré cómo era Richmond, el antes y el después, cómo es ahora, lo bonito que está, y por eso vengo apoyando la petición número P3, porque pienso que van a seguir mejorando, van a hacer de Richmond una mejor ciudad, no dependiendo de una sola manufactura, sino que tiene muchas riquezas para depender de muchas otras cosas más. Es todo.
Yvette Blandon. Sorry. Okay. Emma I.
So I guess this person did.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and City Council members. My name is Emma Ishii, and I'm a local policy coordinator at APEN, or Asian Pacific Environmental Network, here in Richmond. And I'm here today to support the item brought by Councilmember Jimenez, Robinson, and Mayor Martinez. Why does this matter? For generations, the Richmond community has been impacted by the Chevron refinery in their day-to-day lives, as many people were saying before, battling asthma attacks at home and having to risk a repeated 2012 disaster always in the back of their minds. Alongside our members, a few of whom you'll hear from today, we support this proposal because the additional and hard-won $550 million is a chance for Richmond to both fully fund the crucial improvements in their neighborhoods and help build that just economy independent of the fossil fuel industry. What we see in item P3 is a thoughtful framework that outlines categories of spending that match the needs of our community and really specifically outlines a clear path for the city to gather that accessible community input, prioritizing voices often left out of planning conversations. From my conversations with our membership and from talking to people at tabling events like at Unity Park for MLK Day, I know that the community has a clear vision of Richmond's future, with clean air, with spaces for celebration, supports for small businesses, job training for youth, and affordable housing. And it's really up to the city to keep gathering that feedback and figuring out how to make those visions a reality. I urge the council to get started on the work so the city can begin funding the community's immediate needs and move towards diversifying our economy. Together, we can create this shared vision with community health.
Time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Hassan A.
Hello, City Council. My name is Hassan, and I'm in 9th grade. I go to school in Richmond, and I'm a youth leader with Asian Pacific Environmental Network. As I grow older, I realize how important it is that Richmond plans ahead for a closure or transition away from the Chevron refinery. This $550 million settlement gives Richmond a great opportunity to meet every day of our residents. As a young person, I've been part of the after-school programs where there wasn't enough staff or activities. This has negatively impacted my opportunity to grow my interests or skills. I've also noticed my library being underfunded, and they've struggled with getting things like books and enough copies. If we take the time to invest in the well-being of our youth and overall community, I believe we deserve better. I would like to see Richmond where we invest in our local economy and plan for a just transition, including jobs that support families, and programs spaces that benefit youth and the cleanup of toxic polluted sites. City Council, I urge you to please vote yes today night on P3. Thank you.
Marilyn M. Marilyn M.
Oh, okay. Great.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Marilyn, and I'm a youth leader with the Asian Pacific Environmental Network. I'm in 10th grade, and I'm a student at De Anza High School. When I walk outside of my door every day, I have a clear view of the Chevron refinery. My family came here to Richmond as immigrants and refugees, while other working families have been here for generations. I believe that the $550 million settlement with Chevron is a huge opportunity for Richmond to meet people's day-to-day needs while planning ahead for what comes next if the refinery were to close or transition. With these additional resources, Richmond can invest in critical services and infrastructure, such as safe, walkable streets, bike lanes, public hospitals, and neighborhood parks, while strengthening the economy, reducing reliance on Chevron, and planning for a just transition that includes good union jobs and the cleanup of contaminated sites. These funds must be reinvested to the community to reflect the needs and priorities of Richmond residents. I support item P3 tonight, and I encourage you to vote yes. It is time for the Richmond community to voice how we want these funds to be spent. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Abdullah A., followed by Michelle Chan. Abdullah.
Good evening, council members. My name is Abdullah. I am a youth leader with Asian Pacific Environmental Network. I'm in 8th grade and I go to school at Making Waves Academy. Just like my friends and neighbors, I come up from a family of hardworking immigrants who call Richmond home. We have all been affected by Chevron's pollution and deserve a voice in deciding how these $550 million settlement funds should be spent. With these new resources, I would like to see this money go towards essential services and infrastructure, such as more community events, youth programs, and even a hospital. I would also like to see it go towards immediate needs, such as safer roads and less potholes in the ground. It's very important to me that these funds get invested back into the community to benefit the people of Richmond. I support item P3 tonight and urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Michelle Chan.
Good evening. Things are pretty rough out here in our world and in our country, and it's hard sometimes to even read the news. But there is a bright spot for me personally, and that is here in Richmond, both for the amazing youth that we have, as well as the settlement money, which is generational, historic, and can provide a down payment towards a just transition to a fossil-free future, towards a clean environment, thriving where everybody is a part of it, and where we have a healthy community where people are secure. And this is the city we deserve. So thank you so much, Mayor Martinez and Councilmember Jimenez and Robinson, for bringing forward P3. And let's not forget how we got to this point, to this opportunity, right? It was a grassroots coalition of residents that went door to door and were able to, under the Polluters Pay Initiative, bring Chevron to the table. And so I think it's only fitting that the community also should be deeply involved in how this money should be spent. And so I strongly support the framework that has been sketched out in P3. There's an incredible idea for a mechanism to provide residents with some kind of way to propose ideas that they have for how Richmond can create jobs, for how we can produce income and revenue, how we can enhance the city, how we can become more resilient to the climate chaos. And I also really appreciate how the framework makes room for big picture, really visionary economic development. Big things maybe like port improvements as imagined through the Green-Blue New Deal, or maybe even helping to bring a hospital to Richmond to not only save lives, but to serve as an anchor economic institution. So I think this framework provides a great balance, and we should get to work with engaging the community to really come up with a smart strategy for us now and for the future. Thank you.
Ryan Kazin, followed by Antoine Clord. Ryan.
Hi there, Council. Hello there, everybody else. So I've come here wearing many hats tonight. Of course, wow, I'm very, okay, there we go. I come here wearing many hats tonight. I am an RPA member. I am a member of ACE, and as well as the Democratic Socialists of America. And I live and work here in Richmond. I work with youth, in particular, through my organization, teaching communication skills with the goal of advancing equity and uplifting marginalized voices. And so this settlement fund provides, I think, a very important opportunity. I think it absolutely makes sense that we should invest this money so that we can build independence from Chevron. But also when we talk about the people that this could benefit, I haven't really heard mention of, at least not directly, our unhoused community. I spend a fair amount of my spare time hanging out and helping the unhoused community in my neighborhood. I live in the Iron Triangle. And the thing is these people, even if we had these district meetings as are being proposed, they would not be at the table because that's just not their reality. And so I hope that when this consultant comes, that they go to the encampments, that they talk to the unhoused people in our communities, the majority of who I speak to are elders, Black elders. We have abandoned this community, And the thing is you say that this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, Vice Mayor Robinson, and I agree. That means we need to pass once-in-a-generation policies, guaranteed basic income, social housing, things that go beyond just creating jobs, things that no matter who or what part of a working family you are, if you fall on hard times, you have a safety net that is guaranteed. Thank you.
Antoine Claude, followed by Mark Wasberg, and our last speaker will be Jamie Purcell, in-person speaker.
All I got to say is, my name is Antoine. I'm a long-time Richmond resident. Y'all missed everything they talking. That's why them two guys sit up here, how this city is going to get somebody to come here to regulate this money. They say they can't do it. And the dude they going to get can't do it because he ain't from Richmond. If you don't know the history of this town, you can't tell us how to get out. You can't tell me, somebody come to tell me from Berkeley how we get out in Richmond for the last 50 years and how it affected my community living around a refinery. Right? You know why I know? I'm on an inhaler right now. Not yesterday, right now. I keep it in my pocket. Get it good for you. Right now, I got bronchitis, asthma, and I got CPOD right now. You can't tell me that. But people won't tell you how to spend that money, the people who live here. Look at our education system. We got the lowest education system in history in this town when we had the highest rate in the 60s and 70s and 80s. Had the most professional athletes come out of Richmond you ever seen. Now our whole educational system is crashed and burned because this council never supported these kids when Johnny Holmes was asking you for money to take them track stars that he come out of his track team to different places. When the Richmond Steelers coming in begged you for money and you gave them crumbs. But you'll bust your neck to put up a damn soccer field, but you won't support the community as a whole. Richmond is a diverse community. We have a whole Hindu, Indian community y'all don't even talk about. That's here. That do all the businesses here. I mean, I'm just keeping it 100. So when this dude come here, this consultant person, you're going to give $300,000 to, walk in my community, he ain't going to go to the hood. Oh, he ain't coming to St. John's. He ain't going to Crescent Park. He ain't going to the Tees. He ain't going to the Manor where the black folks who've been here all their lives and get their input, because you don't want him to come somewhere they can't go.
Time has expired.
We have border lines in Richmond you can't cross. So
Mark Wasberg, Jamie Purcell.
You left your phone up. Hey, you left your phone up. What? Yeah, one of your 3 phones.
Almost going to be harder to follow than if it was Mark. I think actually a lot of the community has really spoken about what the things that they're really interested in, but I think that we need to make sure that we are going to hear all of and I mean all of the community. We have done many, many surveys. We've done many, many bits of outreach. We usually end up with our surveys having, about 350 responses, unfortunately. And it's just because we are not going and meeting them where they're at. I do think that we need to take our time. I think we need to give the time for them to do a really detailed analysis of if we spend all this money or how we can best invest it to make sure that we can become financially independent of Chevron. The Norway Sovereignty Fund is very similar to, it started very similar to this. It was taking oil money and investing it. Now, they waited like 40 years, but they cover their entire budget in just the funds from that. Now, I'm not saying that we should do that, but I am saying that there is a way to be able to try and have as a backup when we have the ebbs and flows of economy come in, to be able to have a safety net for the city. Because if we offer only services, we will have to pull those services when the money runs out. If we offer only infrastructure, we're not going to address the needs of the people that are hurting, and it's probably going to be hurting more, and at least within the next couple of years. So I have no problem with, and I know I'm speaking from a place of privilege, but I really do have no problem with trying to make sure we get it right, so that way then we don't feel like we're hurt because we have spent too too freely, and then we end up with nothing. Can't kill the golden goose. We got to get those eggs under the nest and try to make more geese.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 7 speakers.
And those 7 speakers are Francisco Ortiz, followed by Sean Stahlbaum, Brianna Sidney, Kevin Tidsdale, Maricel Cantu, Erica Siao, and Arto Rintila will be our last speaker. Francisco, please unmute yourself. You'll have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Francisco Ortiz. I'm President of United Teachers of Richmond, representing over 1,500 educators across West Contra Costa Unified School District. I'm a graduate of Richmond Public Schools and a parent of a TK student attending schools here in Richmond. UTR was proud to actually support the Polluters Pay Initiative, and tonight we stand in solidarity with APEN, Communities for a Better Environment, and ACE, and the many community groups who organized for years to bring this historic victory to Richmond. The $550 million settlement with Chevron is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, as highlighted by other community members and Councilmember Robinson. It's a chance to repair harm, meet people's everyday needs, and plan responsibility for a future beyond refinery dependence. For our students and families, this means investing in the conditions that allow young people to thrive, safe routes to school, clean air, neighborhood parks, health services, and stable family supporting union jobs. I want to speak directly to the opportunity in front of us around community schools. Most of the community schools in West Contra Costa are located right here in Richmond. These schools are hubs providing mental health supports, family engagement, food access, and wraparound services that address the real barriers students face outside the classroom. Our neighbors in San Pablo support every community school within its boundaries, and Richmond can and should play a stronger role as well. With these funds, the city has the opportunity to partner more deeply with schools to expand services, stabilize programs, and improve outcomes for students and families who have borne the greatest impacts of pollution and disinvestment. Most importantly, the families, workers, youth, and elders most impacted by Chevron's pollution must have a real voice in how these funds are spent. I strongly support item P3 and urge a yes vote tonight. Let's ensure that the resources are invested back into the community.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Sean Stahlbaum. Please unmute yourself. You may begin.
Good evening, City Council members. Sean Stahlbaum with IFPTE Local 21, representing more than 160 mid-managers and executives of the City of Richmond. Workers in Richmond stand in solidarity with CBE, ACE, APEN, and so many other community organizations who worked to get the Polluters Pay Initiative to the ballot. And we are in support of the plan submitted by Council members Jimenez and Robinson and Mayor Martinez for consultant engagement and community input regarding the Polluters Pay settlement funds. Specifically, we stand in support of item P3, but in opposition to item P4. We support item P3 because it calls for collaboration with city staff, whom we represent, as well as the City Council and community stakeholders to conduct the needed community engagement. Additionally, the P3 plan contemplates a necessary framework for the expenditure of these new general fund revenues to include many areas of need throughout the city, including city staffing, a just transition, and healing harmed communities. It's a fair, comprehensive approach that includes the city workers who deliver city services. P4, on the other hand, is narrowly focused only on community meetings, and it's redundant in that P3 includes conducting community engagement already. Also, P4 lacks context for these discussions with the community, treating the Polluters Pay settlement funds as a free-for-all pot of money, which they are not. P3 is the more comprehensive approach that involves all stakeholders, including city staff and community groups. We strongly recommend the framework in P3 as the better, more comprehensive approach. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Brianna Sidney. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. I am Brianna Sidney, Director of the Richmond Our Power Coalition and Cooperation Richmond. This $550 million settlement with Chevron is a huge opportunity for Richmond to meet their residents' needs. The community has to live with the effects of living in a refinery city, and these funds came from the hard work of these same residents. They must be included in this conversation about how these funds will be spent. Allow the people to be heard. I strongly support item P3, and I urge our council members to vote yes.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kevin Tisdale. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Kevin Tisdale, representing SEIU. We stand in solidarity with the various community groups in P3. We need an equitable solution, one that intentionally reviews the many viewpoints of a diverse community from their diverse viewpoints and diverse methods to truly come with an unbiased approach. This is not about spending money recklessly, it's about investing it wisely. When we're discussing the stewardship of over $550 million plus interest, allotting up to $300,000 for proper leverage and to protect those funds. So again, it is so it's not excessively wasted. It's responsible. I call for equity for the real Richmond. That includes input from community members across various districts, community representatives, nonprofits, business districts, and the city service members who live, work, and play here. The deputy director of finance said it very clearly. Many departments are already overwhelmed and understaffed. Without adequate staffing, we can't provide the service that the city so desperately needs in the various departments throughout finance, building, code, non-sworn PD, and maintenance divisions, which we so desperately need to do. On a personal note, living in Richmond, growing up near 8th and Penn and Parkchester, this is really a once in a lifetime opportunity. And again, we should take the time, apply the energy necessary to engage a proper consultant to vet the community's historical needs, current realities, and future priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maricel Cantu. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Hi, I'm Marisol Cantu, District 6 resident, third generation District 6 resident, and also a member of the Richmond Progressive Alliance. RPA stands in solidarity with CBE, APEN, ACE, and so many others to vote yes on P3 and not on P4. Looking at the RFP, there's things that I want to highlight, in particular that the timeline is quite outdated now because we're already at the end of February. So updating that to reflect, we're already at the end of January to reflect a consultant coming in February. Also, the RFP was missing language accessibility. It didn't mention surveys, but there's a lot of languages that are not written in Richmond. Including different dialects in the AAPI community, indigenous languages like MUM, and the RFP is lacking in that. Also, it doesn't mention anything about hybrid opportunities for both working class people to join. And I didn't see a communications or outreach plan that was really thorough that would be co-developed with CBOs. And I think that we're really missing the mark if we don't send mailers out to all of our community members to encourage them to attend these community sessions to help inform this process. I also think that an outreach and community engagement plan for the unhoused residents, formerly incarcerated residents, and undocumented residents needs to be included in this. And I would love to see our displaced residents or that have been gentrified out be included so they have a right to return. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Erica Sial. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, everyone. My name is Erica, and I'm here representing Communities for a Better Environment, or CBE. I would like to urge you all to vote yes on these items, as they will further a decades-long effort to move the city away from fossil fuels. These items are a start to putting our money where our mouth is, directing the hard-earned money from Chevron towards building a clean and equitable Richmond for all. A vote for these items is a vote for public process and community participation, and a vote for a vision of Richmond that's designed by and for residents. It's a vote towards shaping the future of our city And I know that CBE members are excited and ready for this future. If today's comments say anything, it's that Richmond residents are also ready for this new future. Now, I understand that the city has limited staff time to dedicate to this process, but I urge you all to move as fast as possible on this so that residents can actually see the benefits of the money that they fought so hard for and start to ameliorate the devastating effects of a refinery that's been here for over a century. I would also like to echo some of the comments by previous speakers to make a point to reach residents whose voices otherwise would not be heard, including the unhoused community and our Black elders. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker will be Artu Rentila. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Arno Rentila. I'm calling from the Fairmead Hilltop Neighborhood Council, or the Fairmead Hilltop Neighborhood area. I'd like to remind the City Council and the Mayor that the City of Richmond is 52 square miles. It's got 33 neighborhoods and over 120,000 residents. I would hope that the neighborhood councils and other community stakeholders are involved in conversations. While I lean towards P3 and agree with all the speakers before me, I urge you to be fiscally responsible, knowing that this is a sanctuary city and that sanctuary city city funding could be pulled. I ask that you're smart and methodical in spending your money. We really need you to be smart because you are elected officials and you're held to a higher standard, and you're fiscally responsible for taxpayers' money, and you should be held to that regard. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Public comments are closed, and now we'll go to questions and the comments by the council. Councilmember Brown had her hand up first.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. So I've, my short time on council, I've just recognized that most reports that we've come across have not been implemented. Like, we get these extensive reports and they're just that, reports that sits in our database. If someone chooses to read them, they do, but I haven't seen them actually work. So I'm concerned that this would be just another report. This item seems and sounds like, to me, from what I've heard from residents, callers, and the agenda item, that it seems to be set up to be spent on a just transition, which I'm not opposed to, but it's not what the community speaks about. Especially where I serve in the city of Richmond, but in particularly in my district, District 1, being one of the most impacted communities, no one speaks too much about, like, if you go up and say, what are like the top 3 concerns that you have? Air quality is not gonna come out of most of the residents' mouth. They speak about safety. They speak about clean streets, options for youth, etc. So I really want us to get real about our relationship with Chevron. It's like a person that we say we don't want to be with, but we're constantly accepting gifts and money from. So it's like, on one hand, it's like we want this just transition. We want to move so far away from Chevron, but we're constantly in tango with Chevron time and time again, just from being a 4th generation Richmond resident. Also, it has been said that we want a non-biased consultant, but the agenda report explicitly states that the consultant would work, particularly with community-based organizations that are a part of the Make Polluters Pay campaign. So while those groups are amazing stakeholders, I see many of you here, they are not the entirety of Richmond, and community engagement, that process, to me, should not be centered on one coalition, but one coalition or advocacy campaign, but Richmond overall. And so my question is, how can staff ensure that the prioritization of one coalition doesn't speak for the entire city? because it stated that that the consultant would be working with the Polluters Pay Coalition. Okay, maybe they'll answer that later. Also, I want to acknowledge that little over a year ago, Councilmember Bonner proposed a $100,000 for a consultant for community input, just similar to what we're discussing tonight. And it was overly criticized given its intent. So now we're here asking to approve up to $300,000 for essentially the same functions. So I was kind of confused about that. And I just want to ask probably staff, can community, since P3 talks about that they'll have community engagement and gathering input. So can community engagement and gathering the input be accomplished through staff overtime, which would be significantly a lower cost than an actual consultant who would require staff support anyways?
The matter goes beyond the overtime or the staff timing. It's the matter of like designing the survey also. As you raised a very valid question, like how do you make sure that every segment of the community is incorporated in a survey? So like for some reason that goes beyond the capacity or the skills of the finance department staff. We're not trained to design qualitative surveys, which would, identify and assure that it's a fair and comprehensive and valid scientific survey, which represents the society, the community that we're dealing with.
Okay.
So that is one reason why we're leaning towards having a third-party expert involved.
So throughout all of our departments, there's no qualified staff to conduct such engagement and
I don't believe if there is a job description. I'm not aware of the job description that would exist that would require one to have like a skill set to design qualitative surveys.
Okay.
You're making a good point. It would be helpful, and this is something that I have discussed with Human Resources around having more support around data analytics and quantitative analysis for looking at short-term and longitudinal data. That is something that we do need to work towards. I think the opportunity here is it depends on what level of engagement the council wants, right? Like if the council wants a scientific survey, then it would be helpful for us to have a consultant. That's what we normally do right now for our longitudinal data that asks residents around how they perceive the community, how they perceive services, things of that nature. If the council wants to have it to be more specific and more of a defined process that has potential, that is not a scientific study or in asking questions in a manner that would be easy to replicate for in the future to measure progress, that's different. So it's really up to the city council in terms of what, so that's why I was suggesting, based on the feedback this evening, right, whatever the council policy direction is, that staff have a moment to go back, regroup, give 45 to 60 days to then come up with a plan based on the feedback that's given this evening, because I think it's pretty hard at this hour for everyone to think through what would be required and to put something together that we feel like would be responsive to the council's policy direction.
Okay, and just also wanting to know, because I mean, up to $300,000 to me seems like crazy, especially when they're being told that they have to work with certain groups. So it already seems skewed to me. So I'm wondering if we can implement a cap on the consultant amount.
What if I may, what I generally suggest to council is that if there's that we develop an RFP, we issue the RFP, and then we come back with the respondents, and then with a proposed contract and a dollar amount, that we don't say in the RFP up to X or up to Y, because it could be 150,000, it could be 350. We don't know where the market is at for this type of work, you know.
Right,
off
but
the
I'm
top.
asking, can we hold the line as a council of saying
but
like,
maybe you want to do that once you have the rankings, right? Like maybe, I'm making this up, right?
Yeah.
Maybe 3 firms respond, maybe 7 firms respond, right? And then the council, staff would evaluate them, right? And we would present you with the information. So then you could see sort of what the scopes were for the different firms, and then receive a staff recommendation on why they're suggesting X versus Y firm, right? And so then you would have that context to inform the decision making, because it could be higher or it could be much lower. We don't know.
okay, thank you for now.
Yeah.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. I would like to start by saying that I agree with everything that was said by everyone who brought up the item. I believe the intentions are great, but the language and methodology is not there. It's lacking. For example, Councilmember Jimenez talks about new investment, diversify revenue, financial strategy to invest this money to generate more money and extend the life of funds. But then the item reads, direct the city manager to engage a consultant to collaborate with the city staff, city council, and community stakeholders to conduct community engagement and, this is the heart of it, gather input on a framework for the expenditure of new general fund revenues generated by the polluters pay settlement. Do we just want to gather input? To me, the heart should be the framework for the expenditure. We need an economic expert to tell us, for example, how much of it should go into items that could save us money, like infrastructure upgrade or paying unfunded liabilities. How much of it should go into investment to generate revenue? What if there is a recession? What would be the impact? Should we spend money on cleaning contaminations, on affordable housing, the homeless? I mean, economic development would be one component of it. And then next to it, we'll have quality of life issues that would require the input from the community. Do the community want to give us advice on how to invest for the future? Is that what we want to do? I mean, it's just a big pot of ideas that's stirred together and doesn't make much sense to me. We need an expert who come and tell us, for example, 70% of the money should go into generating investment and should be very subtle about it. For example, some quality of life investments will increase property taxes, which is a sort of bringing more revenue to the city, but how much is it? Is it minimal, is it large, or improving parks and things like that? So I'm proposing to clean the language. I hope the city manager understands what the heart of the issue is and bring the RFP back in a way that is clear about what the expectation is. Because to me, if what we are asking for is a very high-level vision to see how much of it should go into generating revenue, investment for the future, and cost reduction versus quality of life issues where we can get input from the community. And the community should not be misled on it. If we decide that to wean from fuel industry, we can only spend 5% of the money on what the community wants. We shouldn't lie to them. We shouldn't start getting input with their assumption of $550 million over 10 years. That is not true. We may not be able to afford spending $0 on quality of life issues that the community wants. So first, there should be a very high-level study about how much can we generate with this? how long can it go? How can we save on the expenses? For example, if we upgrade the infrastructure, it's going to save us a lot of money. If we pay unfunded liabilities or this or that. And then what it takes over the 10 years, the very general big picture outline, and then a little more specific maybe for the first 2-3 years. I don't think, having said all of that, I don't think we should make a decision for a city council like 3 terms after us. But we should have a very good start, study what needs to be done, and move on from there. So my suggestion is to either reword this, eliminate the community engagement and input at this point, because we don't want to give any false promises to anyone. We want to win from the fuel industry, and even $550 million may not be sufficient. We don't know what the economic capability of this investment is. So let's be honest with ourselves and with the community, not deceive anyone. Let's have a very high-level study of what the outline of our approach should be and take it from there.
Thank you. I think it's time to extend the meeting. It's almost 10 o'clock.
We can extend it now, or we can wait until 10.
Well, I think we'll be here longer than 6 minutes.
Okay. So what are we, is there a motion, and then what items do we want to consider?
Can I ask a question? Point of order, on P1, are we going to, that was pulled, is the person still around that pulled it, so they can tell us why they pulled it?
I was going to propose that we just approve P1 and P2. I don't know if we can jump in the middle of this item and do that. I think these were pulled last time. I don't think the person who pulled, they were initially on the consent calendar. I was happy to approve them on consent, and I don't think the person who pulled them is here. So unless there's someone here on council who wants to have a discussion of P1 and P2, I would recommend that maybe, I don't know if we can pause item P3 and P4 and vote on these.
We can't.
Okay, well then what I'm going to suggest is that between 10 and 11, P1 and P2 are on the agenda, and I'm going to instantly yell out, I'm making a motion to approve these 2 items.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, we still need a motion to extend.
Okay, I'll make a motion to extend till 11.
Until the items are finished.
I second.
To which one?
We
The item is
finish
finished.
this current item and then vote on P1 and P2.
Okay.
Yeah, which is as late as 11, hopefully not really till.
Right.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
All right. Back to
P3 and 4.
P3, P4, and it is Vice Mayor Robinson.
Okay. So I was sitting here listening to Councilmember Bana, and there's many things that I really agree on what you just said. There's things that we need to know and we need to understand about how exactly to spend the money and what we would need to actually move the needle in the directions that we're all talking about, right? We don't really have those answers today. But I do think that what I've been hearing over and over again from people is that they want to play a role in these choices. And so even at the broad level, even having a process with a consultant that asks the broad question, do we want to spend this money as it comes in? Or do we want to invest some of the money? Do we want it, is our goal of the money to make it last longer? Is our goal of the money to reduce our dependency upon fossil fuels? Even having that set of questions that we ask to all different kinds of community groups, folks in District 1, folks in the projects, folks, in the hills, folks or whatever, and actually get their feedback on these large questions so that we have some feel about what community has palate for, what they have buy-in for. Because I honestly believe that we do actually need to make decisions that will impact councils in the future. Because the biggest thing about getting this amount of money, this, $50 million a year, is that the most impact you make is if you invest it. And that takes time. So if we don't think about it now, we lose that time. And the time is the thing that actually gives us the opportunity to make it more than $500 million. It's time is the factor that would make it more than $5 billion, than $500 million. And so if we don't take the courage now to get some help, to help us frame these questions so we understand what kind of buy-in we have, so we make deep investments, then we're just going to be going like on a spending spree, and maybe some things will have some long impact, maybe not. Maybe we'll build things that we won't even have the we won't have the general fund infrastructure to support. Maybe we'll build things that we can't even maintain because we didn't think about building a general fund that's more robust, that could take care of all the parks that we're building. I feel like we are in that moment. We're in that moment where we actually do have to be as careful and as thoughtful as we can to make decisions for the future, for future people who are coming after us. And that's why I think we need a consultant. That's why I think we need to have the community along with us, so that everyone said that we bought into this. People said that's what they wanted. We're on this train together. Maybe we're building this future ALS system, or maybe we're, whatever, but we need to actually be bought in on it. Because we are at that moment where we're making a huge turning point for our city if we do it right. Or we could do it like, people who win the lottery, go out and buy a bunch of fancy things and then be broke in 10 years. So I really would like to figure out how to move this item where we're taking the boast, the kind of a thoughtful way of moving these things forward. I think that there was a lot of thought put into the kind of categories we had. I in P3, but I also hear this desire to make sure that it's non-biased. I'm a deep believer in that. I think that what I'd like to pass tonight is something where we create a community process facilitated by a consultant who can help us move this forward and get community feedback and ultimately community buy-in on a long-term direction for the expenditure of these general fund funds, so that it actually has a transformative impact in our city.
I second that.
There's been 2 council members who haven't spoken yet, and I don't want this to become a debate where council members square off and do one point and then a counterpoint and then a counterpoint to that counterpoint. I think we need to stay focused so that we can advance cohesion and togetherness. So, Councilmember Wilson.
Okay, no pressure. Okay, in the spirit of cohesion and togetherness, I think that, I guess my main thing is there's a phrase like, don't let perfect can be the enemy of the good. And I just want to acknowledge that tonight the item in front of us is not for this council to decide how we want the money to be spent. It's for us to decide whether we're willing to invest in a process to solicit more input from the community on how the money should be spent. That those are different things. And I hear what Councilmember Bonner's concerns. I hear Councilmember Brown's concerns too. And one of the things I what I'm thinking about sort of as a way of addressing those, which I'm gonna propose, is that we take P3, but we modify the RFP so that we ask whoever is chosen as the consultant to come back and present their plan before they go out and implement it. If I understand the way it's written now, we basically send them out into the world and we say, come back in May with your results. And what I'm hearing, from both from people on the dais and from the community is that there's real concerns. Like, will they have a process that includes the unhoused? Will they be able to reach people who communicate in the Hmong language, elderly people, working people, incarcerated people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think tonight we're going to craft language for this RFP that reassures us that all of those bases will be covered. But I would like to get an RFP out in the world and then ask that whoever gets chosen to come back and present a plan before they schedule the meetings, before they invite people, before they start marketing. One thing I also, I was surprised when Councilmember Brown said that the language says to focus particularly on the community groups who are part of the Making Polluters Pay Coalition, but she's correct. The RFP does not contain that language. If you read the RFP, it's very careful that we're reaching out to individual people and all community groups, but it's true in the agenda summary, it does say, reach out to all community groups, including those who were part of the Make Polluters Pay. And I would actually say I don't know if we can change the agenda report as a council action, but I would like to change it to strike that, because I agree with you that all individuals and all community groups should be equally treated, regardless of whether they, played a role in putting, and because we're getting input, like we're here to get input, and I want to hear from everybody. So just to sort of I'm trying also to kind of bring together, I think there was a debate about whether it should be a consultant or the staff member or the staff doing the work. I'm hearing consistently that the staff does not have the expertise to do this particular sort of work, nor do they have the capacity. So for me, that's a decider that we do need to hire a consultant, even though I appreciate that people are suspicious of hiring more consultants and spending more money on that. I just don't see a way to avoid that, given that we don't have staff members who can do this kind of quantitative or qualitative study, and they don't have time to do it anyways because they have other jobs. So for me, I think that it reaches my criteria of what we spend money on consultants for. So I would encourage us to stick with the consultant. One of the things that was a debate is whether that we should give extra time. I think we should put out the RFP with the expectation that we have something in our hands by May 26th, because then it'll actually be in time for us to possibly influence our larger budget conversations, which maybe what gets discovered has no impact on our other budget talks, but I would still like to keep that door open. So I know it's an ambitious timeline, and it's totally possible that staff will come back to us and say, nobody agreed to that timeline, and then we'll revisit it. But I'd like to just try. And then the third thing that was sort of debated is whether these processes are inclusive enough. And like I said, I don't think we're gonna, the one amendment I would make to P3 is that we ask the consultant to come back and present their plan before they actually go out and execute it. And that'll give an opportunity for us to all raise our substantial things of why doesn't this reach a particular community, or why doesn't it ask a particular question before it actually happens. So that would be, I don't know if
Mayor, if I may, so just Councilmember Wilson, to your point about the RFP, so the procurement process would necessitate that the council would approve the final form of the scope of work in the contract. Mm-hmm. So you would have that opportunity to see it before you approved a contract. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I would defer to staff pertaining to the timeline.
I don't know procedurally
if I may add a couple of sentences. So I do hear a lot of feedback from all the council members and mayor regarding what the RFP should contain and what the plan should contain and the timeline and all that. I'm wondering, and also the concern regarding the timeline is very compact, and we agree with that especially. So how about we do go towards a route, where the staff comes back in 45 days. having, a proposed language and proposed timeline on the RFQ, sort of like, getting the feedback on that, which is inclusive of the feedback from the council members, like, as a first step.
If, I don't know if it's still my turn, but if we waited 45 days for the RFP, I don't think there's any way we would have any answers by May 26. I know it's rushed, but I would rather have the RFP work done very quickly so that we can get the consultant on board more quickly than that.
Can I ask a question?
I'm sorry, it's
I think that-
Councilmember Jimenez's, she hasn't spoken yet.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
through you as the chair. So what I would suggest is we can work towards that. As you've heard from finance staff, they're stretched thin. So I would need to potentially reassign other staff to support this. So once we have a conversation tomorrow, then we'll have to reprioritize other things to make this the number one sort of organizational priority, and that may impact some timelines for other things. So it's like we'll add this to the front of the queue, and I'll get back to the council on what does that mean for things that are currently in the queue.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, well, with that said, I move the item to direct the city manager to engage a consultant to collaborate with city staff and council and community stakeholders to conduct community engagement and gather input on a framework of the expenditures of new general funds revenues generated by polluters pay settlement, with the consultant reporting back to the city by May 26, 2026.
Can I offer a friendly amendment to that? And that is that I think that we should have the consultant look at not only what we're spending money on, but the strategy of holding and releasing funds.
Sure.
What strategies are possible?
Sure.
And I have a point of order because we're not done debating yet, so.
Right, but we can continue debate after motion is made.
Then we'll only be debating on the motion. Sorry, we'll only be debating on the motion and on the item. So unless we're closing debate for the full item.
But there needs to be
Well-
a second before conversation.
Yes.
So,
I accepted.
you accept it, and so I'll second it.
I have questions.
But my
about
point
that.
of order is still there. So if we do it that way, then we could only debate on the motion that was given, and we can no longer debate on the full item that's in front of us. So if we want to end that, then we have to call the question to end debate for everything else, and then we could only focus on that. I think we have two more questions. I think Councilmember Bana had a question, and I had a question, and then we can move on to the motion.
My first question is about this item is, what is the urgency of May 26? Is it going to affect the spending of the budget proposed for the next fiscal year? How is it connected to that? But it's a separate pool of money, isn't it?
It's general fund. It's general fund.
General funds,
General funds?
yes.
But we haven't agreed on the amount, so it's an obscure amount of general fund?
Well, it's general fund, for me, it's general fund, period.
Right, but do we
think-
agree that it's $50 million of general fund, or it's more or less?
I think it needs to be counted in totality. You know, I mean, you can keep the 50 million in your head and speak to that, or you can speak to the entire budget. But I think the budget needs to work as a whole. I mean, you
Okay.
can't just,
Thank you. So my second question, shall we specify for the RFP, RFQ, whatever, that the main goal is to increase cities' revenue from non-fuel industry sources? Is that a main goal or not?
This is one of the goals in the RFP. If you read the RFP, one of the goals is that.
Okay, that's the main goal?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and, okay, I'm not gonna argue on that.
so that question was to the motion, but
Yeah, so
Your
then
question will not be.
my question, yeah, so my question is more to the city manager. So you mentioned about a staff member that we need anyways to help us out with future things like this, quantifying, qualifying things.
Data analytics and other things of that nature.
Is that something that we have in the queue for sometime later?
HR has a queue of positions that we need to upgrade and modify, but they're also concurrently working through day-to-day operational matters that come up, MOU negotiations, as well as other meet and confer items.
And the reason I'm asking is because, again, we're potentially spending a couple hundreds of thousands of dollars on this here. Do we shift it to potentially a staff member that we can use for more than just this? We can use them for years and years to come, costing us for the first year roughly about the same amount, but then we have them forever, and they're a staff member versus a consultant. So that's one question there.
I think ultimately, based on the council discussion today, it's going to be a combination of things, right? So I think I want to be thoughtful and defer to staff that this is a extremely heavy lift, and that in terms of when we're having community meetings, that sometimes, especially on conversations like this, that can be highly charged, right? Sometimes it's good for there to be a third party to help facilitate the conversation. It doesn't mean that staff won't review all of the information and help prepare, kind of like what you saw this evening with Chief Osario, right? Like he started with a consultant that did a report, and now we're working interdepartmentally to operationalize it, is what I would say. So that might be a good example of how these things it will be both staff and potentially a third party. And also, I think in the past, I do want to flag for the council, we'll absolutely endeavor to meet your timeline and request in terms of the deliverable. But sometimes when we put out these aggressive timelines, right, that may mean we will get fewer respondents, right? Because we don't know what, like, the experts in this arena, what is their current workload? Like, usually if people are really highly skilled, they have a backlog of work or they have projects they're working on, so we might need to get in the queue. And so that's why I was saying, oh, we want to come back to council and give you an update so that you can understand what the market is telling us in terms of availability. So we're happy to move forward, and we'll continue to update the council as we move forward on what we're finding, because there's a lot of unknowns.
And Ravina was going to say something.
I just want to point out that if an RFP is put out not very thoughtfully, and if it's not, described in a thoughtful manner, you get like really bad response, or little to no response, or the bidder may not just be qualified and just maybe fishing for contract. So it's very important for RFP to be very thoughtful and very accurate, reflecting the scope and the work that is being done out in the market. If we try to reinvent the wheel, and the wheel may not be fully round, and we may not get a proper driver for that.
And then remind me, earlier you said by June, you can have something.
I was saying, by May, it's very compact and very aggressive. I was saying like about 45 to 60 days. Beyond that, we may, but then again, it's also dependent upon the contractor's own timeline, which we don't know, which is unknown. Okay, they might have their own workflow and workload and speed and time that they may require.
So July-ish, June, July-ish.
Based on my very...
Because I want to make sure, because what I'm hearing is staff is very busy, so you can't do it. So we want to get a contractor, but then you're going to have to hurry up and do something because we need the contractor, and you need to do it fast, even though you have no time. So I'm just trying to make sure that if we do end up giving you the tool of a contractor, that it also becomes a tool you can use and not one that's just going to be shoved, and then you're still not going to be able to do the right work.
Yeah. So depending on the quality of the RFP, and then appropriate time for being it open, and then appropriate time to basically evaluate all those bids, interviewing those bidders, and then bring in that, contract to the council for approval and evaluate, review the scope of work and the process of the vendor being discussed at the council chambers. And the agenda report also takes time. RLO takes 20 days. So, all that time, adds to the weeks and number of days and months. And then May 26th, it's going to be really, I want to say, like, for the lack of a better term, half cooked, if it's even cooked.
We
So
definitely don't want raw stuff like
absolutely. And
then
Unless it's
June,
sushi.
well, unless it's sushi. June, July, then would
sushi
be
made with old fish, though.
gross. So June, July, we get some really good sushi. May, you get the
Chances
one
are
that
better.
you run to the bathroom.
Odds are better.
Okay.
If we delay, but again, that's not exact time, given that there is unknown, we don't know what the contractor's workload and time frame and their process would be. We can't say what that would be.
And
if we rush them to produce something in a hurry, again, bad sushi.
Okay, so then June, July-ish is just to get us the best contractor that we can get.
Based on very rough estimates this moment.
Yes, not necessarily
Not a promise.
community feedback just yet. This is just the contractor. And then from
Yes,
there, we have
yeah.
to go out and get community feedback. So when we're saying that we wanted it by May because we want the information for the budget, that means you're gonna have a contractor next week so they can start working in the community meetings to be on time for May.
If I may, there's always, even like, so we're happy to proceed. I want to reiterate that, right? But the council always, we do quarterly updates for the budget, right? You can always make adjustments to the budget. It's not like the fiscal year budget is something that we do, and we always talk about how it's an envelope and it's estimates. So we can make this sync up for fiscal year 26, 27. I think we have to figure out how best to do that. But we can do that.
Council can always adjust the budget, even during a fiscal year. So like, that's always there.
So there's no necessarily rush for the May timeframe.
I don't believe so.
Because by May, we only still have $50 million in the bank. The next 50 doesn't come till July.
Yes, that's.
Councilmember Cepeda, you keep asking the same question over and over and over.
No, that was a different question, but I'm done. Thank you.
It was the same question, just stated differently. Anyway, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I want to make an adjustment to the motion, another friendly amendment, and that is this. I'm actually not exactly sure how we're holding the first $50 million. Can you clarify that really quickly?
Yes, we can send an email to City Council. You've adopted policies, investment policies, and it's in line with what the investment policies are for the City Council.
So I would be, and I think we would be amenable to adding to my motion that we use an appropriate timeline that gives us the right amount of time to have a good RFP and a good process. But I would like to make that on the condition that the additional funds that are getting contributed from this short time source goes into an investment fund and is not added to the total general fund budget until we complete the process, so that we can actually.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, so we can earn some interest.
Yes, that's
earn some more money on this money while we're going through this good process, and not just having it, not do work for us.
Yes, it is currently earning interest.
Okay, if it's like that, I will accept the friendly amendment.
I will second that. Call the vote.
I'm sorry, could someone
Okay.
tell what we're voting on now?
The final.
Yeah.
I had a motion by Councilmember Jimenez and a second by Councilmember Vice Mayor Robinson.
So we are.
And what does it say?
So you make two amendments, right? So can you do that?
My two amendments were this. It was Councilmember Jimenez's motion to move forward with the RFP community process, comprehensive, more open and inclusive. The amendments that I added were that a part of what the consultants would work with, would get feedback on from community, is not only what types of things would the money what we'd like to spend the money on, but what strategy for holding and releasing the money we'd like to use, because that's two different things, right? There's different strategies you can use. You can spend it all every year. You can put it in savings and only spend the interest. You can pay off uncovered unfunded liabilities. There's strategies, and I think we need feedback from community on which strategy they feel strongly about. And second level is what are the kinds of things they would like to see money spent on. That's two different levels of decision making. That was the First Amendment, is to add that strategies conversation to it so that we know we have buy-in on what we're doing. And then the Second Amendment was one I just made just now, to say that if we're going to take the time that we need to do this right, I would like to make sure that this influx of short-term funds into the general fund are put into an investment account so that it is making money for us, making us more money while we go through this good process. So we have more money to work with at the end instead of the same amount or less. And so that was my proposal, is that the year 1 and year 2 money, because we won't make that year 2 deadline, go into an investment account, and we use it to make more money while we're going through this process.
So, but I would like to have a timeline, because we are saying May 26th. So what I am hearing is by July to have the result to start the process. And I think like by that, it's just too much, too long to wait to start the community process. So I just would like to.
I would say we can share the recommendation or today's approved council action with the contractors, see like if they, whatever and whenever they are selected. We will be happy to share today's action, like about the timeline with them. And it will really be, up to them, like if they can meet that and produce results by that time or not. And
I think what would be helpful is at the at the March 24th City Council meeting, which is essentially in 2 months, that we provide an update at that time. Because the more that I'm thinking about this, I think that this is, there's a lot of moving parts, right? So we had the item that you all just approved, so that's one sort of bucket. Then we have, we already have, right, our financial advisors, right? We also would have potentially bond counsel, and then there would also be a facilitator. I'm not sure, right, and this is what we need to think about is there one firm that does all of these things? Yes. Probably not, right? Yeah. So I think there will need to be an opportunity for us as staff to think through, like, how do we align these things? And then, like, what are the different thought partners, right, and different consultants that we would work with to develop a full strategy? And I think those might be, respectfully, people that have different skill sets. Right?
Okay, so what about if...
A question to council. We made a motion, we had a second, and if we want to change that motion, we have to do an alternate motion, right? We can't change the motion once it's made and seconded.
I am just going to add I am going to do a friendly amendment to have the timeline, because I don't want to get these forever. So what I am going to add is that by March, this staff will come back with an update where it also had the timeline for how this community process is going to roll out. Will that be?
Yes, and I think
Okay,
concurrently, right, we should be able to articulate, for example, if the other consultants that would need to be part of this process.
So I think there was a motion and a second, right?
And I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Okay.
She can make a friendly
Motion
amendment.
second and 3 friendly amendments.
Okay.
So considering what the city manager is saying about the complexity of the motion the way it is, my motion is to hire a consultant to provide a high-level vision of different strategy options for spending the money. And after that's done, then we can do based on the result of that, we can do the community input gathering and everything. So for the first step, Let's just hire a consultant to discuss, to provide different strategy options in terms of economic development, winning from fuel industry, et cetera.
Do we have a second?
Is that without the community input?
It dies.
Yeah, without the community input, I think it's our responsibility to provide information to the community before asking them for a strategy. Why do we, excuse me, let me finish so I
Well,
may get a second.
You made a motion and now you're,
I'm completing the meaning of the motion. I think it's very irresponsible. We have a fiduciary responsibility, fiscal responsibility to the community. It is irresponsible to ask the community members without much economic knowledge for strategy options on how to spend $550 million. First, we need to provide the information to them, what the options are, what the consequences are, then go to them and get the community input. So my motion is to first get RFP for a consultant to provide investment and strategy options, and then at the second step, do the community input gathering.
do we have a second?
I think that's the motion on the floor already.
No, it's not. The motion on the floor says, do this plus getting community input on a strategy. So the consultant will ask the community for strategy options. That's incorrect in my view.
Mayor,
Waste
as a
some
point of
time and energy and very
Oh,
confusing.
Mayor, as a-
Okay, we're having a bit of confusion here. You made a motion, and then you spoke to the motion, and then you made another motion?
No.
No?
I made a more substitute motion.
Okay, and I asked for a second. I have not heard one, so the motion dies from lack of a second.
Okay.
Mayor, point of clarification, I want to reiterate that the funds are currently invested.
Right.
So, okay, I just want to make sure
Yeah,
that that's clear. Thank you.
and we had decided that earlier.
Yeah, yes.
The council had decided that earlier, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. Did you want to make a substitute motion, or?
I wanted to ask if I can make a friendly amendment to the motion that's on the floor.
Okay. Oh, well, no, you can't because there's a second.
Oh, okay.
There is, she can make a, yes, she can make a, that's,
can.
then they have to both accept it.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask if we could lower the maximum amount for the consultant, the fee for the consultant, like not up to 300,000, but to lower it. I think that 300,000 to me is very astronomical for a consultant, especially if we're going to have the support of the staff and a lot of community involvement. I think that the consultant is just going to really do the summarization and not a lot, so.
No, because I think what we are hearing from city manager is that potentially it's not just one, but it's just few of them. So I want to have them to have the capacity to have this up to. It's not like we are going to spend it, hopefully no, but that they don't need to come back to ask for more money. In March, we can, like, I think like what we are trying to do here is, this is a really complicating thing. And this is why we are in all these conversations together. So in March, with the out date, we can see how much potentially is going to be needed. But I just want to make sure that we have, there is enough money so it doesn't constrain the ability for the staff to think about maybe it's not just one consultant because
So is the up to 300,000, is that for multiple consultants? Because it says a consultant.
Generally, if I may, through the mayor as a chair, our preference for as staff is to not put a dollar amount.
Right,
into
I know that part of it,
So
yeah.
so then when we come back and they're ranked, then the council would see like who were the respondents and how much did each of them essentially bid for the work. And so, and then at that time, we would ask for an appropriations.
Okay, so you mentioned just a part of this one. You mentioned that we may potentially need multiple consultants. And so if we're saying up to 300,000 for one consultant, that means that this could possibly exceed the 300,000 if we need multiple consultants.
If we, for example, one of the things that I think we need to think about is a bond measure, right? And so that is going to be a different procurement process and cost. So I think the 300,000 is a good starting point. And then when we come back in March, we'll list out like for the different pathways forward. For example, right? Like we have a financial consultant, we have bond advisors, we have, you know, community engagement, and we'll put together a presentation that outlines all of that.
Okay, so so basically back when we come back for the update, we have an opportunity to accept that or to decline it at that moment. Okay. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you.
So can we have the final version of what we're voting on?
Okay, so is the
Your mic.
Should I read
direct
it?
the city manager to engage with consultants to collaborate with city staff, city council, and community stakeholders to conduct community engagement and get input into a strategy for holding or releasing the funds. And what? And get input on our framework for the expenditure of the new general fund revenues generated by the polluters pay settlement, and come back with an update on the plan and timeline in March, what date? March 24th.
And then while this process is going on, including the community process, that will hold the funds in an investment account so they can be earning more money.
That is the motion.
Ready? Councilmember Brown?
No.
Councilmember Bonner? Councilmember Bonner, how are you voting?
I'm still confused about it. Can I quickly ask that?
Right.
So
What is your vote?
She's asking for clarification.
I'm confused about the item. I abstain.
Abstention? Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Brown voting no, Councilmember Bonner abstaining, sorry.
Now,
I would like to make a motion that we combine P1.
can't yet. Hasn't opened. She hasn't opened the item yet.
Hello. Okay. And we're moving to items P1 and P2? Yeah. Okay, so I need to ask if there's anyone online that would like to speak on these items to raise their hand. We don't have any in-person speakers. But item P1 is to direct the city clerk to work with the mayor's office to implement a 2-year council liaison appointment cycle for boards and commissions aligned with the council election cycle, while maintaining the mayor's authority to appoint or remove liaisons at their discretion, and direct that the current liaisons remain in effect through December 31st of 2026, with new appointments to be made in the first quarter of 2027, following installation of the new city council. Item P2 is to adopt a resolution and approve the issuance of task authorizations to Viola Water on behalf of the city to manage subcontractors with APB General Engineering, VW Housing, Questa Engineers for additional sanitary sewer line replacement and rehabilitation work with a contract amendment amount of $4,030,385, thereby increasing the total payment limit to $6,554,348, including applicable markups. And we do not have any speakers. No speakers.
Okay. Can I make a motion?
We have one
now?
speaker online. Oh,
Okay, just raised his hand.
Point of order then, because then now the speaker, is the speaker speaking for one or two? Because we just read both of them in there, so,
He'll have one bite at the apple.
well, there's two items. I don't think the process
speaker.
allows just one bite. I think it's gonna be 2 bites. And you gotta speak on which item.
Call the speaker, please.
Kevin Tisdale, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Just very briefly, P1, supporting the additional time. I think they're, given the number of boards and commissions, having additional time may draw additional participants to those boards. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Can I make a motion to approve item P1 and P2?
I second that motion.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner? Yes. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson is absent, and Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion passes. Vice Mayor Robinson absent. Are we voting for the second item, or is that good enough for both?
We voted on both of them.
Okay. And that's it.
Okay, so it's time for adjournment. Do we have, oh no, it's A, B. No?
Okay.
Well, we still need to adjourn. I mean, we can't just leave without adjourning.
Adjournment, sorry, I thought you were
Say
going to do
adjourn.
reports.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I would like to adjourn this meeting in the memory of thousands of people who were killed during protests and demonstrations in Iran, brutally, most of them young people. All they asked was better living condition and a better tomorrow.
Okay, in honor of those people, we adjourn this meeting. The meeting is adjourned.